Welcome. Sorry for the delay. Welcome to the Provo Municipal Council work meeting, Tuesday, July 26th at 12:07 p.m. Meetings of the Municipal Council are being held in hybrid fashion. That is, members of the public can continue to view council meetings on YouTube and Facebook, or they may attend in person. I remind participants to mute your microphone when not speaking. In the chamber with us today, we have council members Ellsworth, Hoban, McKay, and Whipple. Online, we have council member George Hanley. And then we also have Wayne Parker, our CAO, and Isaac Paxman, our deputy mayor. And several staff members who we love and adore from the council staff. Our opening prayer today will be by invitation. It is going to be given by Gary Calder. Thank you, Gary.
Our Father in heaven, we are grateful for the opportunity of meeting together today for this work session, council meeting. I'm grateful for our council, administration, and as well as the residents here at Provo. And please bless us that we'll be able to make decisions that will be beneficial for everyone within our community. We're grateful for the opportunity to work together and help us that we may have a spirit of unity and peace as we work together. And I say this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Gary. Appreciate that. So Councilmember Shipley and Fillmore are excused. Councilmember Fillmore will be joining us a little later. Do we know about Councilmember Shipley? He is traveling for work. All right. I guess he can't skip that. Although this is a public meeting, it's a work meeting, so only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions unless otherwise invited by the chair. Please wait to be called on. Please wait to speak until called on by the council chair. All right, our first item of business is a resolution approving an interlocal agreement for the use of surplus water. Dave Decker, Public Works Director, will be presenting that. Welcome, Dave.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Hoban, and thank you to the council for the opportunity to make a quick presentation. This should be a relatively straightforward item. Let me give you just a little bit of history on this resolution and interlocal agreement. So the resolution tonight, and it is on the 5:30 meeting tonight for the council for formal action. There is, it authorized the signature and approval for an interlocal agreement between Provo City and a group called New Era. New Era is the North Utah County Environmental, let me make sure I get it right, North Utah County Environmental Resource Agency. And New Era is a newer agency. In 2016, there was a transition that happened with the South Utah Valley Waste District. So Provo City has belonged to the South Utah Valley Waste District for a number of years. That's where our solid waste material goes to a transfer station and then out to a landfill that used to be called Bayview, and that's been transferred to a larger agency now called New Era. And so it's the Bayview landfill for lack of a better definition. And for a number of years, this dates back to 1999, there was a change application that was made by Provo City for a small amount of water, 1 CFS or 100 acre feet of water, to allow the Bayview, then the Bayview or the South Utah Valley Waste District to use some water relative to dust operations and just basic landfill operations. This is out, the Bayview landfill, for those that don't know, this is out in the west side of Utah Lake near Goshen, so it's some distance away from Provo City. But we made a change application that allowed a small amount of water to be used by that group for typical landfill applications. In 2016, when the Bayview landfill was transferred to the New Era group, it involved many more agencies, and they started getting a little bit nervous about not having a formal agreement to use this water. In exchange for the water, the city has used, again for years, and I'm not sure if this is working or not, apparently it's not, But let's see if, there we go. For a number of years, the city has used an asphalt pad that's located near the entrance right here. And we deposit solid waste material from the wastewater treatment plant there, particularly during the winter time, because it cannot be land applied. Farmers in the area use the solid waste, but generally don't want it during the winter time. And so we store it temporarily on the asphalt pad and then make land application for it. So that's the exchange for the water. So we are allowed to use roughly half of that pad. It's a 4 to 5 acre pad. We use about 2 acres of it for depositing our solid waste from the wastewater treatment plant on a temporary basis. So that's the exchange for the water. And I'd be happy to answer any other questions if there's anything beyond that.
Go ahead, Councilor Whipple.
So I just want to be sure that I understand. This is an ongoing activity that we've been doing. We've already gotten the water use changed, and all we're doing is changing the contract to reflect that there's a different entity that we're working with because it's been sold.
That is correct. So here's a copy of the change application, 1999 change application. Shane Jones, who's here. And again, we've got a number of staff members that could answer some more questions. But Shane gave me a copy of the change application. This has gone on for more than 20 years now, and we're formalizing it, changing who we're dealing with. Instead of the South Utah Valley Waste District, it's New Era at this point. And this is a 25-year agreement, so it's relative, like that's, moderately long term, but it allows them to continue to use that for the next 25 years.
So one thing in this is it says that this is surplus water that we don't need for anything else. If we were to, at some point in the future, decide that we do need it, that it's no longer surplus, would we need to do another change application to resume using it in the city?
We would have to modify that change application, but this agreement does indicate, I think, that we're not going to pull back that for the next 25 years. And again, it's a relatively small quantity of water. The original water right, I think, was a Springville. Shane, was it a Springville water right? Or it was actually located down on the south end of the city.
All right.
So, and it was part of another water right when we split it, when we filed the change application in 1999. We actually split a water right, so we still have about 2/3 of that water right that is available for Provo City use.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Could I just hear that? So it's partly Spanish Forks water and partly ours? Is that?
No. It's just located. It's located on the south end of the city. It's in the Bayview area. That's the original point of diversion for the water, but Provo City owns the water right.
I was just curious what the percentage is. Like you said, just say percentage of water. I mean, I was just wondering how much water it actually is, or do we even know?
So the water that is part of this agreement, it stipulates in the agreement, you can look at the agreement, it says 1 CFS or 100 acre feet. So that's the maximum that we're agreeing to. A little bit of perspective. So Provo City's annual consumption for water is 28,000 acre feet of water. This is an agreement for no more than 100 acre feet. So relatively small.
Thank you.
Doesn't look like we have any questions from Councilor Hanley. So there's no additional questions. This was no action taken right now, right?
Right. I believe it's scheduled for this evening on the 5:30 regular meeting.
All right. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
As always, appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Next item is an ordinance amending the zone map classification of approximately 0.44 acres of real property, generally located at 1595 West, 600 South from agricultural 1 to 1 family residential R18, A11 to R18, Sunset Neighborhood, presented by Dustin Wright, planner.
Thank you. So on this item, Planning Commission, they forwarded a positive recommendation with 2 conditions, and I just wanted to talk about those real quick and give you kind of an update on the first condition. So it was recommended that there be a development agreement with this because of the size of the lot. Potentially could be split into 2. Following that, we received an updated site plan plat map that showed the actual square footage of the property after right-of-way dedication, everything like that. And the square footage of the ultimate lot would be under what would be needed to create 2 lots, which is what the development agreement was proffered for, was to just have it be 1 lot, even though it could be split into 2. And so once we realized that there's not a possibility to split it into 2, we're just updating you that the development agreement won't be needed for this item. And so the second condition would still be applicable, though, that the lots recorded and legal lots established. So that's kind of an update on that one. If you have any questions on that, I'd be happy to answer those.
Maybe I don't fully understand it. By the way, thank you, Dustin. Appreciate it. Somebody basically split a lot, but then did it illegally, right?
Yeah, so as you can see, it's in the agricultural zone, which required a minimum of 1 acre. And at some point that got divided off and it's under an acre. It's 0.44 of an acre.
And somebody sold it off.
Sold it off.
They haven't built on it yet.
Yeah, still
They sold it
vacant.
off.
And so it's been sold off. A new buyer bought it thinking it's a building lot and that he could build a home on it.
Was there any feedback from anyone in the area that lived there? Any concerns?
I don't recall
Public feedback?
concerns or
Comments at the planning commission? Okay.
I
guess
they
in
had
my-
a neighborhood meeting.
My only concern then would be precedent, right? Like, well, then shoot, I'm going to sell off, half of my property, and then we'll just let the city pick it up after and determine, that we'll make it legal after, right? Instead of going through the process properly and get that taken care of in advance. Does that make sense? Kind of a precedent concern there, but should I worry about that?
I think on this one, had they come in without having done it the way that they did, I still think we'd have the same recommendation, though, because the general plan calls for residential and not agricultural there. They just skip through some of those steps along the way.
Just worry it sends a message of like, well, take the chance. We'll probably take care of it.
It's a risky thing
yeah.
for them to do. I mean, luckily for this one, it kind of works out that the general plan supports what they're trying to do, but
yeah.
What if it hadn't, though? If it hadn't supported it, what would we have done?
I think they would have to go back and find some legal ways
to untangle
whoever sold the
themselves.
property. Yeah, it'd just be something they'd have to resolve.
One thing the planning commission said was that they had to do a development agreement where they can't put it into 2, to put 2 homes on it. The development agreement made it have to be 1 because the zone they're changing it to would allow 2.
But he's saying that the development agreement isn't going to happen.
Yeah, so that's what I was updating on the development agreement. When we took it to planning commission, when we looked at the size of the lot, it technically could have been split into 2.
Yes.
After the planning commission meeting, the applicant sent an
One.
updated plan that shows that once the dedication for the right of way and everything, it's actually going to be too small of a lot to be divided into 2. So there's no need for the development agreement.
Sorry, Mr.
Okay. Yeah, Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah. Good to see you, Dustin. It's been a while. Thanks for coming. It might not be that there is malintent or they're trying to bypass the system. It might just have been a mistake somewhere along the way.
I wasn't suggesting that.
And this is an area that I visited with citizens and they drove me to this specific block and they're like, there's a lot of weeds and blight and nuisance ordinances being violated. And so it seems like kind of a upscale or newer addition might actually start to elevate that street. So just some context.
All right, thank you. All right, any additional questions? Doesn't look like it. Online either, okay. So we'll hear this, looks like tonight. So, all right, Dustin, I think Oh, you're back for the next one. Okay, that's why you were hanging out. I'm like, you can move along. No. Next item of business with Dustin is an ordinance amending the zone map classification of approximately 32.6 acres of real property located at 3701 West Center Street from agricultural to airport industrial and authorizing a related development agreement.
All right, thank you. So on this one, I just wanted to also kind of provide an update since this one also would have a development agreement that the applicants proffered. Essentially what it does, so the concept plan that the applicant has shown, anyway, would be to develop this property for 3 light industrial buildings. They don't have the current tenants in place or lined up, so they don't know exactly what impacts or what things might change. So with the concept plan level, Public Works had some concerns of approving it, not knowing about, future street dedication, street improvements, upsizing of utilities, things of that nature. And so that's really what the development agreement is on this item, would be to make sure that it's clear that those items will have to take place as they go through for their project plan approval following the rezone. And so the development agreement just kind of memorializes those, and Public Works is comfortable with that, and the applicant as well. So that's kind of an update on this item as well. I'd be happy to answer any questions for this one.
We did have some feedback from the Fort Union neighborhood. Well, actually, I'll just say a gentleman, the neighborhood chair. But his concern was just the amount of traffic that might be flowing on Center, and would it be possible to divert truck traffic away from all the homes and children and such, and have them go down Lakeview and then come up. Eventually, they would still have to turn onto Center.
Is that yellow line right at the far right side? Is that Lakeview?
Yeah.
Yeah, that right there.
Yeah, so his basic suggestion was, let's not, Center Street is close to capacity, according to how it's currently, evaluated or whatever, the stats. And so adding a bunch more traffic on that, most specifically, his concern was truck traffic. It would be nice to divert that down to Lakeview. So thoughts on that?
I think on that tonight, David Day from Public Works would be better to answer some of those questions that relate to traffic capacity and road capacity.
Is that something you've seen in a development agreement that?
So in their development agreement, they talk about,
one of the big things is that further east, kids like cross the street for school and stuff on that Center Street,
What's the question about that?
Oh, I was just saying that's one of the concerns on having lots of semi-traffic.
Traffic is, anytime there's new development, there's going to be new traffic patterns. My understanding is that they'll be able to address those as they know more of what the actual capacities are going to be. At the concept level, they don't know all the capacity and traffic generation that will result from that. So that's part of, the concept plan and the development agreement, is to say, when you know those things and you submit for your project plan with this development agreement, we'll be able to make sure that there's adequate things in place that will solve the concerns that they would have in relation to traffic and the road being able to handle those.
Chair Hogan, I just wanted to make a comment about this one. I got an email about it this morning and hadn't really had a chance to review or weigh in, but I just want you to be aware about the limitations of what you might be asking for. I mean, specifically the proposal was, I asked the council to require the developer to commit to instruct truckers to use Lakeview Parkway as their preferred route. This could include signs posted at the exit and instructions given to the drivers. I mean, that's fine, but recognize that that's all that's being proposed. It's just that they're agreeing to do their best to tell people what to do.
Is there anything above and beyond that could be done?
Probably not by means of the development agreement. The development agreement itself, by our normal template, actually.
Yeah, we've heard all about how much our development agreements are enforceable,
and by their normal terms, they terminate upon the issuance of the certificate of occupancy, right? So I mean, the other proposal that was made to the planning commission was actually passing an ordinance prohibiting truck traffic on that section of Center Street. That's probably possible, but that's something that the council will have to consider separately, and you'll need your engineers to weigh in on that. You'll need to think carefully about who that impacts and how, and what kind of trucks we're talking about. So you can do something more restrictive, but you're
Not practical.
Yeah, I was going to say, to use a really bad analogy, you're kind of choosing between using a sledgehammer and a butter knife, and there's not really a good tool in between. So you just have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, okay.
I think I think we just need to be careful and try to be business friendly when we're weighing this, right? Because like Dustin said, every development has traffic, and the city has permitted close to 800 residential units on South State Street where the speed limit's like 55 miles per hour. And there hasn't been any really serious mitigation for traffic and speeds there. So, and I think there should be. That being said, I think we need to be as business friendly as possible. And as a side note, industrial is tremendously in demand. There's a huge vacuum and there's a huge need for industrial across the state. And so it's exciting that we're attracting economic development. Let's not scare that away.
Thank you, Councilor Ellsworth. Yep.
So I saw in the report that there will be a traffic study completed as part of the final project plan. Do you know what the timeline is for that when we would get that?
Yeah, that would be probably a question the applicant tonight would be able to answer better. Their timing on, getting the property tenants in line and things like that, then that's probably when we'd see a project plan come in. So timing wise, you can check on there.
It seems like before we would do anything like an ordinance to change traffic, we would want to see a traffic study, and we'd probably want to have them operating for a period of time to see if such a measure would actually be necessary before we did it. In the meantime, during the construction and everything, I like the idea that we ask people to just kindly stay off of the street.
All right, well, would you maybe ask David to be prepared to kind of talk about any concerns that they might have about traffic and tonight? That'd be great.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, is Javin Weaver in the house? He'll be presenting regarding the development of a new mixed-use zone.
Hi, this is just an update on some things. Some of this I'm going to go through pretty quickly, but then I'll slow down towards the latter part. All of these, our general plan and all of these neighbor plans all discuss various components of mixed-use development. And we went through this before. I just want to illustrate all these plans, talk about this. This is how these zones were initially, why they were crafted. In our existing general plan, we have general plan land use designations. There's an R and there might be an M. On this table, it illustrates all of the zones that could be within the R and what could be within the M. The mixed use M says pro zones and any future zoning districts tailored for this designation. The proposed mixed use and neighborhood mixed use zones would be applicable with the general plan designation M. All of these maps you've seen before, I'm going to go through these fairly quickly, but anything in the hashed area, the downtown area, allows for mixed use development. The purple color on 6th South, 3rd South, and Center Street allows for mixed use development in the major neighborhood. Southwest, the areas at Geneva Center Street and along where there's a red, purple, pinkish circle allows for mixed use development in the Southwest future land use map. Franklin at 3rd South and 5th West in the pink color. Southeast, the neighborhood plan shows that 1320 and 1860 South allows the areas appropriate for mixed use development. while Kane campus mixed-use zone is primarily 7th North and northward, and the blue, purple area requires that a mixed-use component be included in the CMU zone. Within the sign code, we reviewed this a few weeks ago. There have been some updates to this that I sent out to you. I just want to go through examples of types of signs that would be allowed within the zone. Wall signs would be allowed at the ground level of business. And these are just examples of signs within Provo City. Wall signs, building directory signs, these can be inside or outside the buildings as you enter it. Wall signs for building identification. This, I put in here that it can only be at the top of the second level within structure. So that way, if it is within the neighborhood, you aren't going to see it's as tall as a 2-story house. Wall signs for tenant identification signs.
Can I ask a question here? This, like, I don't know what we call this, like PVC banner thing on the side, Dan Donaldson at 801. Do we have any regulation of those kinds of signs?
We regulate that for lease signs within 1438 already.
Okay.
There's a general regulation for that.
I just keep seeing those, and then in Orem, not in Provo, I saw people using that as like, or I don't know, property owner using that as like exterior aesthetic something, like it wasn't even advertising for lease. It was just a permanent, semi-permanent part of the building, but we don't do that.
I think there's regulation on length of time, but I can double check and email you that later.
Okay, thanks.
Projecting signs, these are what you find along Center Street. These are blade signs is another term for them that you see along this area. These should be allowed. Parking entrance signs, these should be allowed. And awning signs, which this would be, what's the pointer? This part right there and this part right there on these signs here. Monument signs and A-frame signs. These are signs that would not be permitted. You have your tall freestanding signs. You have electronic display signs. Technically, there is an open application that's going to Planning Commission tomorrow that is going to discuss whether we should or should not prohibit electronic signs. Again, that's going to Planning Commission, and I'll bring that back after that hearing at a subsequent council meeting. The elementary
Sorry,
schools.
Javin, electronic signs just in this zone or?
The proposed text is to prohibit them within the MU and NMU, both proposed mixed-use zones, because of the residential character of these types of signs. The elementary school sign, these are regulated. They're allowed to have these electronic display signs, and that's regulated by outside of our jurisdiction. I can't remember if it's state or federal, but that's what allows them within the neighborhoods.
No, the schools are allowed to have that.
And one thing that we talked about last time, and I added in this text, is that we're having the signs, if it is illuminated, they would be either internally or externally. Again, not proposed to be not electronically illuminated, but it'd be permitted to be illuminated between the hours of 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. Are there any questions?
I guess not.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Chavin's like, finally, we got through that one. All right, next is a presentation from the administration regarding the possible allocation of unrestricted use funds from the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, by Wayne Parker, our Chief Administrative Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Chief Miguel is here with me as well, and will be prepared after a brief presentation to answer questions you might have. So as indicated in the council staff report, we are now working on the discretionary portion of the ARPA funds. This evening, you will be hopefully appropriating the non-discretionary part for the water treatment plant that we discussed 2 weeks ago. So the administration recommended 3 projects at the request of the council's ARPA committee for your consideration. This afternoon, we're talking about fire station number 1. So I wanted to give you a quick update on the status of the City Hall block, so the block immediately to the east of us. So a number of things are kind of happening simultaneously. One, we are working on the design and cost estimating for Fire Station 1. We'll give you a little update on that today. We are still occupying parts. Yes.
When we're talking about the lot, we're talking about this lot.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yep, I'm living on the west side now. So, yeah, so the existing City Hall complex, City Center complex. We will still be occupying parts of the building for several weeks. We are operating 2 server rooms, for example, and servers are moving over a handful at a time and getting reinstalled in the new building. And so it's so that alone, in addition to likely considering to have some larger meetings here in this room until we resolve some of the issues with the supply chain on audiovisual equipment in the new council chambers. And we're revisiting redevelopment options. As you know, we went through a process with a developer from Denver to try to re-envision this block. The final outcome was that it was a lot more expensive for us than we believed it would be at the outset. And so we are regrouping and now working through a sort of discovery process on what might be possible on this block, at least in a more affordable option. So we are anticipating a process to find a new development partner. Again, we're just kind of in discovery phase now, and we will be working through a process yet to be defined in terms of how we will select a new development partner. We're really trying to figure out at the current moment what, when, and how much it might take to redevelop this block. A larger scale redevelopment could likely cover more of the city's costs in terms of demolition of the building and parking. A smaller scale redevelopment would likely require some subsidy. We're exploring whether the fire station could be developed as a standalone building or potentially incorporated into the development. We've seen some good examples of that, certainly on the East Coast of the United States, where fire stations are routinely part of a larger development. And we're trying to, again, flesh out the options, and I think I can characterize that we're having multiple meetings a week on this topic to try to figure out what are the appropriate next steps. So we know the Fire Station 1 rebuild will be approximately $5 million. We allocated, as you may recall, in the Legacy CIP fund, so this was money that resulted from the Federal CARES Act dollars. We allocated $3.5 million in the Legacy CIP fund to build Fire Station 1. Obviously, as things have changed in recent months with the increasing cost of development and construction, we have proposed to allocate an additional $1.5 million in this discretionary ARPA funding. And so again, that will get us to the rough approximation of the $5 million construction cost currently expected. So we intend to talk more in future meetings about envisioning the use of the remaining discretionary funds. The 2 that we advanced to the council's ARPA committee were to support the redevelopment or reuse of the existing city center block. So that could be used for parking or potentially other purposes. Parking is what we recommended. And then to accelerate the development of the regional sports park, which was one of the council's key budget priorities this year, and we wanted to be respectful of that. So the plan right now would be to, assuming you're comfortable with this $1.5 million for the fire station, would be to advance notice an appropriation for 2 weeks from tonight for the purpose of allocating that $1.5 million out of the ARP money into a fund which would allow us to combine the funds then from the Legacy CIP and ARPA to hit the $5 million mark. So with that, again, we'd be happy to answer any questions you have. And again, Chief Miguel and I are both at your disposal.
just by way of discussion and feedback, as part of the ARPA committee and talking with multiple counselors, I don't think that there is outright consensus on how much or if to fund the soccer park. So I think just from the feedback I've gotten, there's a lot of counselors that are still wondering if that's on the list or not. So that might be helpful to the discussion.
Yep. So again, as we worked with council staff and council leadership, the thought was we would take these projects one at a time and have the opportunity. We fully expect you to have this discussion at our next meeting as we talk about balancing between the needs on this particular block, other potential projects that were raised by the committee, and the regional sports park. So a discussion yet to be had, and we're looking forward to that.
Is there a budget outline for the fire station?
Yeah, we could, Chief, do you want to address what's included in that current proposal?
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. We have hired VCBO Architecture. We'd actually signed a contract with them almost 2 years ago. And so we had given them the okay to go forward with the massing of the building and trying to give us some cost estimates as to what a building that size. We know all of the components. We've basically taken our Station 2, the one that we built up north, and we've downsized that, removing a community room and downsizing a few other components. We have in our new city center, we have the physical fitness area. There's no reason to put a physical fitness area in the station when they're right across the parking lot from one. So we've downsized that to be just the needs that we have downtown. And they are working on that right now to give us that engineer's estimate on what the fire station would cost us.
Okay, so we don't know exactly how much it's going to cost.
We've used that. There are some figures that are out there that are somewhere between $365 and $400 per square foot. And right now, I don't think anybody really knows. As a matter of fact, he was telling me that many have told me that if they're building a project that is more than 6 months out, they won't even give hard cost estimates because things are changing so quickly. So it will be a little while before we're actually able to come in and say, this is what we believe this will cost.
Okay.
But we are working with that $5 million number and trying to use that as a benchmark to stay within. Station 2 was $5.18 million.
Okay.
There are some parts that'll come off of Station 2, but we built Station 2 just before things went crazy. So we're not really sure. But working with that $5 million and the architect has that number of $5 million as to what amenities will be in the station.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Hanley.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate this. I just want to make sure I understand all of this correctly. So the extra money that is being requested at this point is solely for the fire station's anticipated increase costs, and the $5 million is everyone's best estimate as to what those costs will be.
That is correct, as I understand it. We have the legacy money that was $3.5 million and the $1.5 million that are being requested from the ARPA funds.
Does this affect, and maybe it was stated by Wayne earlier and I didn't quite catch it, but how does this affect the overall project of the redevelopment of this particular, of the city center block where we are, of the old city center? Because I know there's some requests coming or suggested use of the funds for parking, but that's independent of this, correct?
That is correct. Yeah. The only thing we've really determined so far is that Fire Station 1 will be on this block. As we've met with developers, it would appear that the best location for that is essentially right where the existing fire station sits. So basically on the corner of First South and Third West. Now, again, what that looks like, how big it is, which direction it faces, whether it could be incorporated in a larger development project where we'd essentially, buy into a larger project in which a fire station is built. All of that's kind of yet to be determined, but we do know it will be on this block. And the closer we can get to the corner, the more likely it is that we open up a wider variety of redevelopment alternatives.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. And Wayne, just for, reference to, for future discussions about other money, possible allocations for this money. One thing that I did speak briefly with Scott Henderson, and I'm aware that there is some county funding for Rock Canyon Master Plan. It would be helpful to get a sense of whether or not that funding covers everything that we needed for the Rock Canyon Master Plan and implementation. It would be helpful to know what the status is and the budget for the revision of the master plan at Slate Canyon and what the implementation plan there might be, just to get a sense of money and timing for both of those projects in comparison to the other needs in the city, the soccer complex and other possible funding.
We'll be glad to provide that for you.
Thanks so much.
Wayne, sorry.
No, that's fine.
The location. So I know we've talked, there were some ideas thrown around about, that being mixed use, condos, townhomes, retail. Thoughts on sirens going off in the middle of the night and all the time? It doesn't happen all the time, right? But in that type of area, it's different right now, right? Nobody cares if it's at a restaurant or a city hall next door, but if it's residential, people might care with repeated exposure to
Yes.
that, right?
Yeah, well, I'd be happy to have Chief address that, but I can tell you there are urban fire stations all over the country that are right next to residential areas, and somehow they figure it out. So, Chief, you want to share some thoughts?
There used to be a belief that when the apparatus door went off, the sirens get turned on and out we go. We have been working very closely with the neighborhood to our south, because we have been operating a fire station out of here for a long period of time. And while you're right, there is some added noise. We are very good about being good neighbors. It's important to us that we be good neighbors, that, if we were to come out of that station, we may not turn on our siren until we got to Fifth West if we were headed west. So a lot of the conversation with the people we've sat down and talked to have to do with how the building is actually constructed. There are uses in other commercial developments that are more prone to noise, and they have some ways to alleviate that. But I think that our current operation, whether it's been next, in Station 2 or Station 3, all of the stations that sit right in residential areas, I think that the people that live around those areas would tell you that we're pretty good neighbors.
Travis, I live really close to Station 5. Thank you. I live very close, and I've never, ever heard the fire station, if that's any consolation.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, thank you. Oh, one more?
I think it's also just important to recognize that we haven't made decisions on anything yet. And like Shannon mentioned, the soccer complex, we haven't decided that yet. So saying there's not support for it is premature, as well as saying there's support for it.
Okay, next item is a presentation regarding the statistical survey done in support of the general plan update. Brandon Larson. We'll come back to it. We'll pause on that item. We'll come back to it. The next item is a discussion regarding the proposed Percent for the Arts program from the Public Art Committee by Malia Daly, our policy analyst. Welcome, Malia. I know I threw you off. You weren't ready. She's always ready.
We're fine, no worries. Okay, so if you remember, the end of last year, we had some discussions about public art and wanting to make a program in which we could fund art and have some policies in place to promote art throughout the city. And so we formed the Public Art Committee at the beginning of this year, and so they've been working on this draft policy, and it was put on pause for a while during budget, but we are back. So today, we're just gonna run through all the sections of the policy. We have a couple of specific points that we are seeking feedback from the council, but then also, we just want to get general thoughts and really explain it on a base level, and then the committee will go back and kind of refine things. Before we get into it as well, and I'll skip to this next one so you can see the sections we're going to go through. We have been meeting with and receiving feedback from Scott from Parks and Rec and Dave Decker, Public Works, and then been working a lot with legal and Brian and his team as well. And so we're making sure that everyone is really on board with this and this can be a successful program from the start. So this policy, the draft language is in your SharePoint folder, but we'll just kind of go through the sections. And if you have any questions or comments, and I have specific questions, like I said, that the committee would like your input on. So first is just the purpose. This is just outlining the purpose of the policy. Like I said, this is for the integration of art in public spaces and establishing a program and the administration of that, and setting up a funding method and a funding source for that. The next section is the definition of art. This section is quite long, actually, because we wanted it to be to include all types of art, not just murals, not just statues, but photography, graphic arts, mixed media, maybe art that's up for like 6 months, kind of more temporary rather than a permanent structure. So we made it include a lot of things so that way it can hopefully include a lot of people and appeal. In this section, there is on part 6 of this section, we define city buildings or facilities through which art can be displayed and also be part of the funding sources for the program. And so we have defining a city building or facility, and then we list a bunch of items there, which I'm not going to list now because it is a paragraph long. But then we list some things that are not included within that definition. And this is where the committee has kind of gone back and forth on. And we've sought input from Dave and Scott specifically. And so this is the first point I want to bring to you guys. So and Rachel, Counselor Whipple is on the committee, and so is Counselor Shipley, and he's not here with us, but Counselor Whipple, if you want to jump in at any point, of course, do so. So my question to you, just off the top of your head, is there anything that you would not want to include within city building or facility? So at first we thought things like, well, maybe we don't include sewer projects or sewer lines as something that we pull money from their budget. And then we're like, well, if we do that, that takes out a lot of projects that we wouldn't be getting money from, roads or unplanned capital projects, buildings solely used for storage or warehousing, things like that. So if anyone has read through this section, if you have any input or thoughts on that. If not, that's all right. You can just email the committee because we want to make sure that we get this right. But things that we have included, such as like meeting rooms, libraries, courtrooms, workshops, sidewalks, utility boxes, parks, things like that.
Okay, so these are all city or county projects?
Yes, city.
City, all city. And what's the percentage?
The percentage would be 1%, and that's the next section actually, and we can kind of tie this in with here.
And do
So-
we have a max?
Yeah, so that's one point that we wanted to bring to the council today. So as collection and the use of the appropriations is when we are building these buildings or facilities or remodeling them, part of that budget, 1% is the general accepted like baseline. 1% of that budget would then be put into a public arts fund that is held underneath the Parks and Rec Covey Center budget. But what we did recognize, and with, talking to Scott and Dave, is that having a floor and ceiling for that contribution would probably be wise or might be needed. And so that's one item we wanted to bring to you. And also we have in there, it's always up to discretion of the Arts Council who will be administering this and kind of figuring out what projects to use and what art to pick. But as far as a floor and a ceiling, that is something we wanted to ask you about. And Councilor Whipple, if you want to expand on that, you can. Because I know we've gone back and forth on the idea of having a floor or a cap at all, and then how high or how low that would be.
Yes, on that, like for simplicity's sake, it would be nice to just say 1% across the board, all of this, and a portion of that could just be integrated into the project itself. So the Art Council could look at your project and say, oh, it's got these architectural elements that are, kind of a cool artistic design feature. So we will count that for your contribution, your 1%, and figure out a way to allocate that. So it's not even strict with that. But recognizing that not all projects lend themselves to being gussied up in that way. It makes sense that, we would be able to include art in other ways or contribute through the city. But some projects are really tiny. And so we could have a floor. So if your project or a particular project is a really small amount, it doesn't make sense to just put in like $10 into the arts pot, right? And if it's a very expensive project, we also don't want to be putting in, $1 million into the pot at one time, because if we're bonding for it, then that feels uncomfortable for I think all of us. So that's why we wanted to bring this to the council to get your input on what an appropriate floor and ceiling would be, so that we can do that, recognizing that we are trying to build this to have flexibility so that we can work with the projects. We just want to make sure that this aspect of a kind of the quality of life and character of our city in a way that we're able to make it this good and distinctive place for our people is considered with all of our big projects that we're doing.
Yes, I like this. I do think, I agree that I don't want a floor. Like there are some projects that are small and I don't think a floor would be appropriate. Now thinking about things where we're bonding or something, so will there be exceptions for if it's a bonded item?
Yeah, so that's something that we've talked with Dave Decker a lot about actually as a committee. And we kind of came to the conclusion that if the budget, for example, is 50 million and 40 million of that is being bonded, then that might not be included within the whole budget that we're taking 1% out of. It's just exempt.
Yeah, I definitely think that's appropriate.
Yeah.
And then I like also having a ceiling, yeah.
I think it makes sense. I guess I probably would rely on the committee to make some recommendations.
Okay.
Do we know what a typical ceiling might look like, best practice?
I mean, looking at other public art policies, some have a really high ceiling, like $1 million, and then some have a lower one, like 50,000. So as a committee, we don't. We aren't quite sure. I think also my own opinion is maybe we pick something and then after a couple of years, we're like, we keep being discretionary and we're like, well, that seems too high or that's too low. And then we can come back and change it.
What's the most we've ever spent on public art? Do you know?
I don't know that. Like as one project,
Yeah.
I would have to look that up. I'll make a note.
Is it our fountain?
I would estimate that it's about $600,000. So, just for a point of reference, maybe that's the ceiling. Just throwing that out there. I'm not committed to that, but going beyond that seems excessive. Just an idea, but hopefully there's a better quantifiable way to, better criteria for creating that. And then is there anything about like the distribution of art? Like if it's all downtown, that's benefits a lot of citizens, but if it's distributed geographically, it benefits maybe more citizens.
Yes, we do have a section on that, and we can skip to that really quick because it should be fairly easy to go over. In the selection and placement of art, so we talked about where the art will be located in terms of public versus private property, and just if it is on private property, it's subject to license and easement approved through our legal team. And then selection is done by the Arts Council. So there's just some general guidelines on that, but they're going to come up with their own procedures and guidelines. And then the process of placement, we do talk about, and selection, we talk about deference being shown to Provo and local artists. So that way it's our own community. And then also distributing it equally throughout the city. So that is in there.
Cool, thanks.
But any other thoughts on a floor or a ceiling? If not, we can pick something and come back and see.
I want no floor, and I want,
Okay.
Shannon's 600,000 seems good to me, 500,000.
Were there any estimates done? What would the revenue generated from this look like in a typical year?
Yeah, that's something I can look more into. I've tried to do that, but it's just varies so much on public works projects, unplanned or planned. So like right now we have a lot of big projects, and so, but in 10 years we might not have as much, but that's definitely something we can work on and come back.
Maybe give us a range, like a low year and a high year.
Okay.
See, I'm also thinking, so Public Works, for example. So, I mean, they could max out, it could be huge for them. So I'm also thinking maybe we need a max for Public Works, right? I mean, we already have a shortage of sidewalks and roads are an issue. And there's so many things that we already feel underfunded in Public Works that it seems it might be appropriate to look at a max even for a department at a certain point if they have a heavy year. I don't know. So a lot of this would be coming from Public Works though. So if we cap it by that department, then we are just capping the entire program. And like, if we're looking at doing the new water treatment plant on Freedom Boulevard, so this would be something that we're spending money on. This would apply to it. And the question is, do we want to have some sort of an art element with that? And I think it would be really good. It's right up there. It's surrounded by some apartments. There's a little commercial area. You're close to the river trail. Like if there's something artistic about that, that is an asset to that portion of the city. For sure. Right? And so as they're making it, if they incorporate something into either just the architecture of the building itself or to their landscaping or design, that's good. And that adds art through the city. And because we've set this with some flexibility, the department is able to ask for a reduction in the amount to say, look, we are proposing to do this and this and this with the art. It only comes up to $200,000 instead of, the $300,000 that the 1% would be. Do you find this acceptable? And I think that kind of flexibility would be good. And I really love the idea of using the opportunity for these big projects to make them something that the city wants to engage with, instead of just being, a bland building somewhere. And we fully recognize that some years there will be more coming in, and some years there will be almost nothing, which is why the option to just put money into a little pot instead of only using it on your project is really important, so that we can continue to do art projects through the city.
Yeah, it's written in there that there's multiple points within this, that there's discretion by the Arts Council if, and whatever art is chosen to go within a project or a building, it has to be you have to work with the principal user and owner of that facility or building. So none of this it would be a very collaborative effort throughout the whole process. Okay, and then I think we skipped over section 4. That's procedure, guidelines, and rules. We've actually talked through most of this, but as stated previously, so the budget would be held under the Parks and Rec, under the Covey Center, and the Covey Center director and the Arts Council would be the primary administrators of this program. We've talked with Scott a lot about this. And the Arts Council as well, and they're on board. But the council would have either a council of the whole or appointed council committee would also have some input on the use of appropriations. So there would still be some involvement of the council, but it would not be in the administration and actually the details and procedures of the program, if that makes sense. Then the title, these last 3, we worked with legal a lot on and took from other public art policies, as other cities had made public art policies and then added these sections in as they ran into some problems. So we just put it in from the start. And that's the title and ownership of the art, and that's just describing like who gets to name the art and who owns it once it is created and on public or on private property. And then the responsibility for maintenance and security of the public art. And here we say that up to 15% of the funds within the public art fund can be used for maintenance of public art, but that doesn't have to be the only source of funds needed for maintenance. And then rights of the artist commissioned by the program. This is something that came up for the state and for Ogden and Salt Lake, who have similar programs, and so we wanted to include that in. And just as a note, we also the committee had talked about disposal of art if there ever comes a time when we're like remodeling or we want to move the art or have new art. And that's, after talking with legal, that's something that procedurally, the Arts Council, when they create the procedures and guidelines, and the Covey Center staff, that's something they can work through there, and there's already disposal, I don't know how to say this, Brian, there's already like disposal policy of things like this within our code that would cover that. Is that fair? Okay. But anyway, so that's the policy. So does anybody else have any other input, questions, concerns? Like I said, today we just wanted to briefly go over like an outline of it, kind of talk through things, ask you a couple questions.
I never saw the policy, so if you could email it to us, that'd be great.
Yeah. It's in SharePoint, but I will email that out for sure.
I will just say one reason I cared about the artist rights is when we had to redo the Mazer mural. So there had been one that originally done a tribute to the artist and everything, and because of drainage issues, it weathered really badly and there was graffiti. And so we needed, some kind of clear path to find that artist and talk to him before we painted over his mural with something entirely new. And being able to respect the right of the artist and to know who owns what going forward is an incredibly useful thing.
Is there in the collection and use of appropriations, is there a floor or a ceiling for a project? There's the project that we're pulling money, that's kind of the impetus of the funds, right? But then there's the art project. Is there a floor or a ceiling for art projects?
There isn't. I haven't thought about that, but that's a good question. That's something we can talk about as a committee. Because I think, yeah, that would be a good consideration if we want to
Yeah.
include something on that. So that way, like 80% of the fund isn't used on one project or something.
Yeah, and we wouldn't want just
Okay.
I think there's value in having a floor on that too, so we're not just getting dozens of murals, which are very inexpensive, right? But we're getting a variety and they're unique.
All right. Well, thanks, everyone. So we will probably come back. We will come back in August. Maybe not August 9th, but we will be back next month to further discuss this. So.
Thank you, Malia. We had a request for a break, so we'll do our break now for 10 minutes. Sorry, Brandon, you all right with that? You good? Okay, hurry up and wait, right? So we'll do a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 1:25, and then we'll keep going.
Recording stopped.
Hey. All right, we do have a quorum. So
Recording in progress.
we will go ahead and come back to the previous item.
Mr. Hoban, I just wanted to point out that Mr. Fillmore has joined the meeting.
Thank you. So yeah, let's recognize Councilor Fillmore has joined us online, and the Mayor Kafusi has joined us in the chamber here. Thanks for joining us. Well, good to have you. All right, we're coming back to Brandon Larson, Planning Supervisor, to give us a presentation regarding the statistical survey done in support of the general plan update. Sorry about that. Now it is.
Okay. Glad to be here with you. Last time in our last work session, you had quite an in-depth presentation by Y2 Analytics. They've provided the city a lot of data that I think is going to be helpful in decision making for some time. So I'm not going to get into. I want to probably highlight a few things survey wise, but then kind of get more into kind of comparing the design workshop and Y2 surveys, and then give you some recommendations. So that's kind of where we're going to go. But so you know that we had 900 responses, and we had so many responses that it allowed us to do something that we didn't anticipate, and that was to be able to break data down by district, and that was certainly helpful. A lot of this information in here you've already seen. Provo's residents enjoy a high quality of life. They feel safe living here.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, sure.
I forgot. Were the districts broken out under like current districts or under future districts?
I believe they were I'm going to show you right
Yeah,
here.
I'm sure.
I believe
Okay, current districts. Okay, thanks.
So that's my understanding. So I don't want to get into too much of this because you've already seen it last week, but some of the takeaways that staff got from this. So we want to highlight some major repeating themes and maybe some minor ones as well. Frankly, we were a little surprised that traffic managing and facilitating traffic was just such a huge issue. I mean, we figured it was, but it was a really big issue for people. And so that bore out through the whole survey. No surprise that a mix of housing types and price points. I mean, considering the climate we live in now, housing climate, it's no surprise that that's on people's minds. We know that people value the outdoors and those opportunities here. And as you look through the data, the residents are saying, hey, we value this, but we also feel like you're doing a really good job. One thing that came out pretty clear in the survey results is that citizens in Provo are environmentally sustainable minded, and particularly air quality is a big thing for a lot of people. And I don't think, if you're here in January, I don't think that's a surprise for a lot of people. But it's other things. I think people are concerned about recycling. I think that bore out a little stronger with the students, but it was strong in students and non-students. Citizens care about the Provo River too, so that was an important thing. Some repeating themes, but maybe a little lesser. As we looked through the survey, having a place for a children and family to live was an important thing. Low taxes kept coming up over and over, but when you compared it with when you asked them to rank it, it was a little lower than, say, traffic and even sustainability, environmental sustainability. One of the interesting things too, and I think the former design workshop information that we had kind of pointed to this as well, is that the city really values our local business and startup community. They feel like we're doing a really good job at it, but they also want us to keep up the good work. Although it's not a top priority, accessibility, I guess you can see in the parentheses, housing, diversity, employment, those are all important things. Those are things that citizens value, may not be as high on the priority list as, traffic or mix of housing type and so forth, but it still was important to residents. So these are repeating themes that I think really help to shape what things we should be addressing policy-wise in our general plan. And I also wanted to touch on this. One of the things that really drew my attention to the proposed version of the general plan is, I think it was on page 11 or 12, where it talked about the 5 things that, and I'm not going to get the exact language, but the 5 things that citizens really value a lot, and 5 things they're concerned about for the future. I think that the survey results they kind of show us a little different, show us something different than what we had in our general plan. All those things that they highlighted in the proposed general plan were important, but I think this survey might give us a little more refined and statistically valid look at what people are interested in the city and what I think needs improvement. You can kind of correlate that to a degree to the future, and so I think this information here might help shape. Really shape what citizens are really what they value now and what they're looking for in the future. So, I'm not gonna. Maybe I'll show this to you, because I think last time we were in here, I think there was some discussion about is there data to show what we want to see the data by district, and that's available. It's just kind of harder to show because it's in a giant spreadsheet, but there's a couple of things that I do want to highlight here in this, and I'll highlight a couple. I'll highlight housing, and then also transportation a bit. So slide here, respondents were asked to, hey, what type of housing would fit well in your area? And you can see by district what the desired housing types were by district. District 1, of course, up. Oops. And there we go. There we go. District 1 up on the top. District 4, those are areas where you have the most single family housing, center of the city, university area, and then down closer to South State and Slate Canyon, that area. So you can kind of see what residents want, or what respondents want in their districts. A lot of no surprise that districts 1 and 4 want to see some more single family housing, but townhomes are an important thing that they'd like to see a little bit more of. District 5's not, I think District 5's not a surprise that apartments and student housing are what respondents want to see in that part of the city. When you broke down the data by student versus non-student, student housing was really popular, obviously, by the students. There's been a lot of, I've heard that repeated multiple times by people here in meetings in this room, and then through responses that they feel like they need more student housing. So this next slide shows you what people feel like needs to be, what type of development needs to be in the city, but they don't want it in their area. And the funny thing that I notice here is shopping centers. Everybody wants smaller shopping centers in the city, but none of them want it in their district. So So,
Can I ask about that?
yeah, sure.
Is it that they don't want shopping centers or, I mean, was this ranked? Is that what they did or they?
Yeah, they ranked them. They want if you go back and look at what people wanted in their districts, District 4 was the only one that said, hey, we want small shopping centers. But at the same time, they also were like, well, I think in some of these questions that kind of populated this information, I think they were invited to give 3 choices for some of the questions you could answer, give 3 responses. And I think that's why you're seeing like shopping centers in D4 as it would fit in the area and also wouldn't fit in the area. So,
Well, I think you want it,
right.
and you want it close, but not too close.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of times, that's how it is, well, I wouldn't mind having more townhomes in Provo, but heaven forbid it be in my specific neighborhood. No, but a couple miles away in somebody else's, that's great.
Yeah.
So it makes sense, right?
Right.
We want more shopping on the west side. I just don't want it next door to my house.
Yeah.
Well, are they saying here that they, like District 3, obviously, like they're not saying they don't want a small shopping center, right? They're saying they want mixed use the most and then small shopping center, right?
That's right.
So they're not being exclusive.
Right. There's definitely 3 choices there. I think it is interesting though that, that's one thing that, like you said, Chair Hoban, that it looks like they want a little bit of distance. I do keep noticing mixed use is an important thing. That's something that kept seeing in the survey results too. I think people do like the idea of mixed use, and I think that bore out in the responses.
Just go back.
Oh,
one more
yeah,
thing on
sure.
that. So looking at what's needed but not in our area, for my area, we've got some shopping already. We've got some townhomes, not very many, and we have single family homes. So part of the response could be, this is something that we need through the city generally, but we've already got all of these things here, so we don't need to add those to our area. So there are a couple of different ways that people could have been responding to this question.
Certainly. That makes plenty of sense. I'm not going to go through these because you've basically heard these from Kyrene from Y2 last time. So I want to give you, actually before, I promised I'd give you a little bit of transportation information based on districts. There were 3 things that seemed to be priorities transportation wise. They were congestion, air quality, and transportation, air quality, and parking. Transportation and air quality, they were just things that people really were concerned about, and they were concerned about them across districts. There wasn't, the congestion was in the 50 to 60 range for all districts. And then for air quality, it was pretty much the same. I think District 4 was a little lower on air quality. I think they were in the 40s, but everyone else was around that, a little higher than that. Parking, which is another, the next biggest concern, that was it was a big concern in all districts, but significantly less in not a surprise, in districts 1 and 4. These obviously 2 and 5 did it again. Districts 2 and 5 especially had a significant concern about parking, and of course it was student versus non-student. You saw a big difference there. In fact, I think as far as transportation went, the biggest concern was parking at 60. Non-student or the student, their biggest concern was parking at 61%. So it was a big issue for students, but as you start separating that data between student versus non-student, it was not as big of an issue. So now getting back to kind of the differences, kind of comparing the design workshop input that we received, or the input that we received through design workshop, and then our survey through Y2. Kind of interesting. Design workshop, you can see it there. The north end of the city was overrepresented, as was kind of the 40 to nearly 70 age range there. Not a lot of renters. So there was quite a bit of overrepresentation there. One of the things, so I mean, we know that Y2, they performed a statistically valid survey. They, frankly, in some respects, overperformed for us, got us a lot more responses than we anticipated, and so we've got some really good numbers. Design workshop, they of course obtained data through workshops and through non-statistically valid surveys. So there was a concern by staff that maybe this data wasn't as was very helpful, but wasn't scientific, and so we questioned the validity of it just a bit. But the interesting thing is, as we kind of compared the two, the data there, I think they actually are kind of I won't say harmony, but there's some pretty strong correlations between the two. Or a better word is they gave us similar results, I guess. So it's pretty interesting. This fourth bullet point here, where it says design workshop had twice as many respondents. Actually, as we dove into the data, I should have corrected that. It actually was not true. As we started looking at design workshop, we realized that there were, in some cases, 1,400 responses, but it was because people had answered a few times. And so we found out that there were roughly about 550 to 650 probably original respondents giving input. And we had about 900 in the Y2 survey. So design workshop also had a small percentage of non-residents. But the interesting thing is the same issues kind of manifest themselves in both in both the design workshop and the Y2 data. So transportation, housing, outdoors, and sustainability are all important things to the city. And I showed you our slides earlier. Those are all very important to residents. Walking and biking connectivity are still important to 25% of people involved in those two data collection efforts. Single family housing is, regardless of which data set you're looking at, single family housing is really important. People want more single family housing. One thing that's interesting in the Y2 survey, they talked about single family on large lots, and then the other choice that was single family, detached single family related was like single family, I can't remember the exact term, single family with attached common space.
The courtyard.
Yeah, the courtyard. That was the word I was looking for, with courtyard. So the design workshop actually broke out large and small lot single family. And so you actually had a bigger number of people in the design workshop, or you had a greater percentage of people responding saying they wanted 54% saying they wanted single family housing. So similar environmental values and transportation priorities. So that's let me give you just a bit more on comparisons with design workshop and Y2. talked about the number of respondents. One thing that was interesting on economic development, Y2 added insights that the most desired fields were the most desired economic issue, or the most important economic issue, is startups and small tech, small local businesses. We were able, that data from Y2 kind of helped us to hone in on specific economic and business types that this city wanted. Design Workshop added a piece of information that wasn't really captured in the Y2 data set, and that was that the Design Workshop showed a stronger support for diversification of tax bases. So that was an insight I thought I'd share with you. One of the last things, and this will kind of start getting me into kind of some of the recommendations we have for the general plan. One of the things that Design Workshop did that wasn't addressed at all in Y2 was public facilities and services. It says one of the third highest priority was which of the following is the most important to you around public facilities and services. So this idea of public facilities and services was addressed in Design Workshop and not in Y2. And as I've been comparing, our general plan with other jurisdictions, particularly most recently, I've been looking at other jurisdictions in Utah that are similarly sized, like West Valley, Ogden, those types of things, and noticed that, and looking at our own current general plan, we have a public service chapter, and we're not proposing that, and so that's something that we were informed that the Design Workshop kind of informed us about, but we didn't do anything necessarily. So it seems like we maybe undervalued that idea that came from the data from Design Workshop. So some of the suggestions that staff has for our general plan is create specific chapters for land use, housing, and economics. And I would also, like I said earlier, public facilities and services. This is, and I'm going to get into one of my things that one of my biggest concerns as I've looked at the general plan is like the proposed general plan to me is hard to navigate. Like in other jurisdictions, I mean, I've looked through lots of general plans through my career, and I'm used to seeing transportation element. I'm used to seeing land use element, environmental element. Those, I'm looking for keywords like that. When I go to our table of contents in our proposed general plan, I'm like, where's our land use element? I mean, I think I can find the transportation element pretty easily, but I think we ought to be more clear in the titles of our chapters, so that the people that are going to be using this document the most are like the development community and staff. And so I want people to be able to get to that document and like find, hey, there's the land use element. So, I mean, I'm not saying that we can't get rid of a welcoming community, but it also should maybe, with the land use, it should say land use element, growing together or something, just so it's easier to navigate. I alluded to this earlier, back to about a few slides ago. One of my concerns as I looked at page 11 and 12 of our proposed general plan was it showed what the residents were concerned about, what they felt were important issues currently in Provo, and what they were concerned about for the future. And I think the Y2 data being a statistically valid survey kind of helped informed us what citizens are concerned about, what they're concerned about currently, and what they're concerned about in the future. And so I think we should really revise those top 5 qualities, because I think they're not the same as what we have in our proposed general plan. there's going to be housing, it's going to be transportation, it's going to have environmental sustainability in there, but I think it's going to be a little more balanced than what I think we currently have in our general plan. Another thing that we have that we need to do via or because of the state code requirements is we've got to address the modern income housing requirements. It's really hard to go and find the housing policies in our general plan because they're scattered throughout the document. We need to put them all together in one place so that we can go find them and then put the moderate income housing data that the state wants us to have in there by October 1st, get it in there. And so that's another thing. Also, we included a future land use map in the currently proposed general plan. I started picking that apart, and it needed some work. I went through and I've actually created a new where staff's proposing me get rid of that map and actually just not include it in the map, but update the general plan map that we already have, and I've already done it, and I can get that to you. But I went through with a fine tooth comb, and I think it's much. I think there was a lot more attention put into that than what we saw in the proposed future land use map. And then finally, the last two things we would say is we've got some really good documents already. We've got a transportation plan that we've prepared. We've got a trails, parks and trails plan. I may not be getting the exact titles right here. We've got a lot of good documents that the city's already produced. So we don't want to start reinventing the wheel with the general plan. We just want to stay high level when we're addressing transportation and sustainability. Of course, we're working kind of on right on the coattails of this is our conservation and conservation resiliency plan, and we want to just really hit these issues that are addressed in other plans. We want to touch on those issues kind of high level, and then as we go through and it may be necessary to or it may be advantageous or wise to reorder some of the plans. I think the land use element should be kind of higher up in the table of contents, because it's a document that's supposed to tell us how to plan for it's supposed to be a document of land use policy. So I think it should move up higher in the table of contents. And so there may be some other data that we've discussed here that we've got through the Y2 analytics survey that we may want to look at our key themes just a bit. I think what has been proposed, there's a lot of good data in it. So I'm not saying that we just totally abandon it, but I think it needs some additional work, some reordering. I'll be honest with you, when I really use the general plan a lot when I come to you with a rezone application. And if I had to use that proposed general plan to come provide policies for you, I think it'd be a challenge. I think it's just, our current general plan is just the proposed general plan is just so light on some of those issues that I think I think staff would have a little bit of a challenge trying to provide, policies for you guys to use to evaluate land use applications or legislative applications like rezones. So that's our proposal, those are our recommendations. We're eager to get this general plan back in front of you and get it adopted. We feel like there's been a lot of good work that's been done over the last while. We just want to kind of bring it together, maybe reorder it a little bit and give the citizens a document that's usable and will help make the city grow and prosper.
Brandon, thank you for the work that you put into this. We've got a question or comment by Councilor Hanley. Go ahead.
Thank you, Brandon. Very helpful. And I'm really pleased with, and agree with your conclusions. I don't, I mean, maybe I'm giving it more of an editorial spin, but I feel like, we're pretty close to where we were when we were looking at the plan and recognizing that it needed a few more elements about neighborhoods, about housing, about economic development. But it does seem that the survey has really undergirded much of the findings rather than overturned them, with some tweaks, right? And with some areas of emphasis. But I guess I just want to say that from my vantage point, this doesn't seem to me like a task of starting over. It just seems to me that we've just got to make those adjustments and move forward. I mean, I don't know. I'm someone who spends a lot of time revising things that I write for a living. And so it doesn't daunt me to say, okay, I didn't quite get it right the first draft. That doesn't mean I have to panic and throw it in the garbage and start all over. It's just a matter of tweaking this according to some of this new data. But I'm in concurrence with your conclusions, and I certainly want to hear from you and other staff members that what we have in the end is a very usable document. So to the degree that you can make this more usable in the way that you described, I think I certainly fully support that. I mentioned this to you before. I just want to make sure that we are in the revision process. We're sensitive to the fact that some of these are tensions, that some of these priorities of the citizens are things that are in tension with one another. And that may just be the case, that they're always going to be, we sort of want more economic development, but we don't want too much growth. We want better traffic flow, and we want better air quality. I mean, they're just things that depending on how we pitch these, they could be lose-lose scenarios, but hopefully we can find win-win scenarios for the city where we can grow in a way that's sustainable and the economy's thriving, and that the quality of life is really strong. So I hope that in the revision process we recognize that these things are often pitted against each other, sometimes as mutually exclusive choices, but actually can work together. But sometimes that involves more innovative thinking than we might have in our minds when we're filling out a survey at first glance and sort of just reacting to questions. But we can use this as an opportunity to think through how to accomplish multiple goals at the same time. Do you have a sense of a timeline then for when you think this can come back to the council to actually do the work of getting this thing passed?
Our desire is to get it, I think it's going to take probably a couple months to get it back in a state that's going to be able to be reviewed by you. Our desire is to get this back to you around get it back to you and hopefully get it adopted in early fall.
Okay, I think that sounds good. One last editorial comment that just a conviction of mine is that people have more in common than they usually think they do. And you pointed out that the initial survey kind of favored the northeast of Provo. And now we have a more statistically valid survey that confirms a lot of the same conclusions. Anyway, I just think that's pretty fascinating. And I hope it helps us to, proceed in confidence that we can build a plan for the city that really builds on that common ground.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that.
I appreciate your work on this and all the staff's work on this. I do feel disheartened and discouraged because I feel like we had this conversation in 2021 and in 2020. I specifically remember referencing the state code. The state code says that cities should have a land use element, they should have a housing element, they should have a transportation element. So in some cases, it feels like we're chasing our tail. Is there any idea why, and maybe the staff isn't here anymore and that's the answer, but is there any reason we didn't course correct last year or the year before?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I haven't. I came into this about the time, close to the time that we kind of had a reset, or not a reset, let me not use that word, or a kind of pause. And that was one of my first takeaways, honestly, is like, this isn't the easiest thing to navigate. So no, I really don't have a sense of why we weren't more specific in like, here's the land use element, here's the transportation element. That was one of my biggest concerns right away. So I don't understand. So.
Okay. Yeah, hopefully we can find a path forward. It looks like we're going to be at the end of 3 years when this process is complete, and it's a good long time.
Yeah, but I think we've gone through a process. You've got staff that's committed. You've got staff here in development services that's committed to getting this done in a timely fashion. We considering where we are, we know, like you just said, it's been going on a long time, but moving forward, we want to get this thing done as soon as possible. We've got a sewer project that's sewer lift station that's coming online. That's going to facilitate a lot of development. We want to, over on the west side, we want to get our general plan in good position to kind of influence some of the development that's going to occur in this city. So, and beyond that, we've got other projects we need to get working on, frankly. And so we are going to get that to you ASAP. So
just some feedback on things that we can control. I'm in favor of keeping most, if not all, the policies that we have, and then reorganizing them into the elements that are described in state code and other elements that fit.
Yeah.
And then it would be terrific if the council could review the proposed future land use map ASAP, and then the water conservation element ASAP. It'd just be great to have more eyes on that and not just have it written by one person.
Certainly, and it won't. Yeah, you can definitely, I can send out you may have already seen, I may have already sent that out to you, but in the past, but yeah, I will I'll send the future or the proposed general plan map out to you after I'm done here. I will say one thing, we do have a state requirement for a water element, and I am told that one's going to take just a little bit more time because there's a lot of engineering involvement in that document. And so I'm told that one's probably more like a year to 18 months time frame for that element. But everything else will be done. So we'll have to come back and add that in a little later. But we definitely want to get that thing done. We've got some other things from the state code state code changes relative to station area plans that are coming online, and our goal and desire is to get all of these mandates from the state done as soon as possible. So the water element, again, that's going to be a lot of involvement from Public Works, and so we'll definitely shepherd that back here as quickly as possible. So,
okay, thank you.
Yep.
So I'm looking at the general plan draft again right now, and it looks like it's mostly kind of a visionary document, and it seems to be geared towards the people of the city, saying this is who we think we are and who we want to be. So I can see why that is not an especially useful tool for you to use. Even in their little table of contents where they're talking about how to use this document, they have to say that livable Provo addresses economy, employment and housing, right?
Yeah.
So if I understand you, what you would want to do is say, this is the housing section, and then maybe turn their livable Provo into like a subheading, right? To add
Yes.
flavor to it, but
Exactly.
that way you're prioritizing the utility of the document.
Right.
And then a lot of what we have in here ends up being more like a preamble or context to help people understand what we're doing, but we need to really beef up the policy portion of it
Exactly.
so that it's a more useful planning tool.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what how I feel. If I had to use that document to give you a policy analysis, it would be challenging because it is very visionary. And so, yeah, that's going to be probably maybe the most important thing we do is beef up the policies in that document.
Right. So those are the sections that are the goals and strategies with each portion.
Mhm.
And where those are, they're not super specific or useful to you.
Right.
Like they're kind of guidelines, but it's not something that you can point to a developer and say, well, by our plan, this is what we need.
Right.
So you would be looking at adjusting that specifically.
Right. And keeping in mind, I think one of the ideas that was involved in this process, the reason why it's so, slim in its content was, we've got neighborhood plans that some have been adopted and are being utilized now, and that others will follow soon. We're working on some now. So I think the idea was maybe we got a little carried away in trying to keep it so slim because we knew there'd be more policies in these neighborhood plans. But I think we at least need to beef up some of these general policies to guide us a little bit better, a little more clearly. So.
All right. Well, thank you so much for working through this, and especially for thinking about how this would be useful to you as you're a person who uses these things.
Right.
I guess I'd just say, what are the immediate next steps for you, and how can the council be involved or stay informed? Because I think one of the issues we had with the last plan was it kind of was like, oh, here's the finished product. And I know it wasn't finished, but
Right.
that was kind of their perception a little bit. So, I'd like to be involved, see drafts.
Absolutely.
Is there a way that we can do that without being too much of a burden and, trying to micromanage the process as well, which we don't want to do?
Yeah. I mean, well, to be quite honest, we've learned a lot going through this process, and our intent and frankly, we will keep you guys engaged. We don't want to have another pause or get to the finish line and have to have a long delay again. So, one thing if I go and show these documents to some of the committees, recently I had an issue where I'm trying to remember which document, but I took it to, I captured pretty much everybody by going to the Housing Committee and the Natural Resource Committee, except for you, Chair Hoban. So I know I can use avenues like that by taking it to some of the committee meetings. I think that's probably a process. And then also just getting it out to once we've got a draft, I think we can send it out to you.
Step in.
Yeah.
One thing that we might consider, or if you're interested, instead of trying to do the whole general plan all at once, we could focus on specific sections and get a section done and give it to you and see if we get your input that way. I mean, it'll keep us focused on a given area. It'll give you pieces of it. That way, while you're reviewing it, we could be moving on to the next section, working on that. Maybe that kind of keeps us moving forward.
Hey, Travis, can I make a recommendation here?
could we plan to have, say it's the first week of October, a joint meeting with the Planning Commission to discuss the most current draft of the general plan? And then together with citizens, we are discussing at the beginning of Q4 a draft, and we're starting to move this forward. That way we kind of have a timeline. We're integrating additional feedback and we're doing it in a public forum.
That's a good idea. Staff, can you just make sure to make note of that? That's something we can cover in leadership. Thank you.
We haven't met with the Planning Commission in like 2 years.
Yeah, I don't think we need to determine an exact process right here, right today. I guess just express the desire to stay in the loop one way or the other. I like the idea of covering maybe specific topics with the council as you, or, attending committee meetings and presenting things or covering specific topics here and there as you get them finished, or at least get to a draft status or something like that. That's probably a good idea. So any additional questions or comments for Brandon? Appreciate it, Brandon. Thanks for all your work. It's a hard job you and Hannah and the rest of the team have done. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
I had a request for another break. So everybody wants to be here for the neighborhood program review, but wants to take a quick break. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll take a 7-minute break until 2:20, and then we'll be back for our final item on schedule. So thank you. I forgot we had ADUs to cover still. So next we'll have a presentation from the Housing Committee regarding accessory dwelling units and their expanded use in areas zoned primarily for residential use. This will be presented by Malia Daly.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so last work meeting, we presented the Housing Committee's proposed amendments for ADUs. And then, oh wait, hold on, let me get. Okay, sorry. And so Housing Committee then met last week to go over the brief discussion that we had. And then we kind of went over some comments and questions that counselors did have. So just a reminder before we get into those, the committee originally came with 3 amendments: the occupancy limit, west side permitted use, and then the 3 pathways to ADU permitted use. So the Housing Committee, giving an update on that, we discussed the idea of some zones within the city just not being allowed to have ADUs, such as we talked specifically about the R2PD zone, which are zoned for twin homes and and duplex and things of that nature. And so we talked about including those within the list of prohibited, I'm trying to make sure I say these right, include it in the list of prohibited areas. And with keeping in mind though, that if we do add some zones into that prohibited list, we need to make sure that we're not breaching that 33% ADU allowance threshold. We also talked about including mixed use zones. So the new proposed zone that Javin talked about earlier in today's work meeting, including that into the list of prohibited zones just due to the nature of the kind of housing that would be within a mixed use zone. And then the committee had a brief discussion on spot zoning for ADUs. So if you remember a couple months ago, I think we had a rezone application of someone wanting to rezone their property in order to allow ADUs just within their property. And while we can't specifically draft language that says you're not allowed to spot zone for ADUs within the code, the committee did discuss an idea of an intent statement that essentially says the council does not intend to allow or permit or hear rezone applications that are solely for the purpose of building an ADU. So that's something that the committee has discussed. Yes.
Do you want feedback now or later?
Let's do it now. Yeah, now it's fine.
I guess I don't know why we'd prohibit someone from asking.
Yeah, that's something in the committee we had a discussion on and we wanted to bring back to the council as a whole to kind of get their thoughts on. So open to discussion.
Yeah, I don't want to like deny, there's so many hoops to jump through with the proposal that we have. I just wouldn't want to deny people from asking. Let's give people access to changing or expanding their private property rights where we can.
Councilor Hanley.
Yeah, I would concur. I mean, I think you all received an email this week from somebody who had undergone a divorce and was faced with the difficulty of paying the mortgage without the ability to rent out part of the house, which is just one example of a reason why flexibility with, a local concern, if the neighbors are in agreement, the person is requesting it, and it makes sense. I'd rather err on the side of letting through those opportunities that are most urgent rather than, especially if we're sort of interested in the spirit of incremental expansion, which I think was a compromise on the council, then it seems like we're almost kind of taking, I don't know how many steps forward and how many steps backward by saying, we won't allow this kind of local level flexibility. So I'd rather keep that open.
Counselor Fillmore.
Malia, I assume that there was a rationale behind the committee's recommendation to avoid spot zoning. I assume they had something to do with efficiency and not overburdening the council and staff with repeated spot zoning requests. Can you explain what that rationale was?
Yeah, so efficiency was definitely part of it. We also wanted to kind of this idea of contiguous zoning. So that way there wasn't just kind of a random zoning map throughout the city where one property might have a totally different use than the property right next to it, to the property next to it. So that way there's more kind of best practices as far as planning and zoning. So that was another consideration.
So is that consideration also seconded by community services and planning? It's not just the committee, but does that also echo the preference of the administrative department responsible for this?
I am not confident enough to speak on what their thoughts are with that. I'm sure that it came up, but I cannot remember right now. So I don't want to, we can ask them.
Well, perhaps we could invite
If they're
Mr.
here.
Pepperoni to comment. Is there an administrative preference on once we redo the ADU ordinance to avoid the repeated spot zoning requests?
Also, another thought was to not neuter the options that we have, because everyone could just go do a spot zone if we allowed that.
Can I weigh in first, actually? But I think before Mr. Pepperoni responds to that, I'd just like to say the discussion we had in the committee is that I don't think there's a viable way to do that. And that's why it was rejected. It wasn't because people thought it wasn't a good idea. I just don't know how to do it, because to tell people you can't rezone in order to get ADU is essentially akin to saying you can't apply for a legally permissible zone to see what answer you get. And I don't know how to tell people that they can't do that. So I think the only thing we can do is send to them a signal that if we determine, and if the council sends that signal, staff can send the signal to them when they come in to apply, that the council disfavors those kinds of applications and is not likely to approve them. But I don't know how to prohibit them.
Well, that's a nuanced version of what the committee's recommending.
Right.
So what you're really asking, Malia, is if the council would express a preference not to spot zone, but leaves open the possibility of extreme situations like the widow that was referred to by Mr. Hanley.
Yeah, so that's a decision that the council will have to kind of weigh out the pros and cons and determine.
And so I'd ask Mr. Pepperoni, is that consistent with your department's intent or hopes?
Yeah, I certainly concur with what Brian said. What he just says largely what I was about to say. On the other hand, we keep throwing out this term spot zoning, and we don't believe we brought you a spot zone yet. We understand the hesitancy to have these small one-lot zonings around the city, but that's not spot zoning. But I think the point is correct. If the city council is uncomfortable with that approach, send that message through your policies. But I don't know how we tell somebody you can't apply. I just don't think we can do that. I think Ms. Ellsworth was right.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we should send the policy if that's really not what you want to see. You want to see people gravitating towards this, state that in a policy so that we can use that to discourage people from, not necessarily discourage them, but tell them the reality of coming forward with a one-lot rezone.
Okay, good. I just wanted to clarify the parameters of what we're talking about here.
Can I ask a question there? Pretend that someone did want to go this route and have their own rezone application in order to get an accessory dwelling unit. Do you have any idea what the fees would be in order to initiate that application?
Zone changes. I believe the zone changes $1,000 or $1,100.
So it's not a small hurdle necessarily, like that's a substantial amount of money. And so they have to be serious about us considering it, right? So I think we should take that in mind.
One thing I want to say is, as we discussed, we can't prohibit this. We can say we prefer that you use this other process that we've outlined. And we are anticipating that if we adopt this ordinance, then we're going to revisit it in 6 months, a year, and see if it's actually viable. It may be that these 3 little paths that we've set forward are actually impossible hurdles that nobody can reach. And so this way we would be able to see if people are able to use it, or if it's more appropriate to go back to spot zoning,
By viable, I assume you mean, is it really being used? Is that correct?
Is anyone trying to use it? And if somebody tries to use it,
Are they successful?
yes.
Right.
Like, are they able to get enough responses? Are they, if they can't get their neighbors to respond to this request at all, so that they can't reach that threshold before they even get the yes or no on it, then we will know that we've set up a system that's an impossible barrier.
Yeah.
I agree.
And-
That follow would be really helpful. For example, I've been discouraged how few applications we've gotten for ADUs in the RC zone that has allowed ADUs since 2002 or something like that.
Can I ask another question? Is that okay? And this maybe you want to answer this later, but did the committee consider addressing accessory dwelling units like major or minor home occupations are addressed?
We did not talk about home occupations, to my recollection.
It just seems like there might be some similarities or some compatibility where you could pull some of those regulations and follow a similar process. But in general, I'm in favor of multiple paths to the ballot.
Okay. Next, I'll kind of go through just some questions that we wanted to answer specific from counselors regarding the three pathways. So first is if a property if you're trying to appeal to your neighbor to get them to respond onto whether they're okay with an ADU in their neighborhood or the block face or just an individual property, and it's owned, say that property that you're appealing to is owned by an LLC or a trust, how do they have one vote? And committee just decided that's up to the entity, how they want to decide how that vote is determined. That's not on the person appealing or on the city. As far as the second path, I know some counselors had specific questions about.
Hold on, Malia.
Yeah.
Are you showing slides? We're still on the occupancy limit.
Yeah,
slide.
I was gonna go to the other slide, but I didn't update the language and I don't want it to be confusing. But
Okay.
because this doesn't have the 60% and then 50%
Then don't put it up.
of the 60.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't want to confuse anybody. And then the second path is the block face or the cul-de-sac, and I'm still working on specific language to make that more clear. And so that will be brought into when we bring this to a night meeting, that final language will be there, and I'll make sure it's out 2 weeks prior to, so you can review that and give feedback. And along those same lines, more definitive language as far as contiguous. We talked about just one house applying to be part of an ADU zone that is already contiguous to. Who exactly do they need to appeal to for the vote? Like, say they only have one neighbor next to them, really, or do they have to ask the neighbor like across the street, or just the one touching exactly their property, things like that. So that's also language that we're working through. But so those are kind of some specific feedback. Today we really just wanted, now that you've had 2 weeks after initial look at this legislation, if you have any more discussion or thoughts that we can take into consideration before we come to a night meeting.
So I think for me, it was kind of the details of things. So for example, one of the paths, you have to get a certain number of adjacent neighbors or whatever it was. And then I think I asked, okay, well, what about in the scenario like I live where there's a cul-de-sac, I think there were still some questions around exactly what adjacent means. And is it like the neighbor on the back side, the neighbor on the front side? And just kind of clarifying that sort of stuff. So just in general, first of all, I'll go back to the previous item we discussed. I definitely want to keep options open, but I also am supportive of kind of sending the message of like, follow the process. And then these 3 paths, I'm supportive of in general, but there were just some question marks because I was thinking like, okay, in my cul-de-sac, we have one where two where the rear of the home faces us or faces the street. But then, so like, I know you can't plan for every scenario, but it does seem like a cul-de-sac's a common scenario. So what exactly are the details around that? So just having more clarity on those details. I'm trying to think what else I missed, but I guess just in general, I'm supportive of kind of the 3 paths and seeing how they shake out. I think I'm sensitive to what Councilor Whipple's saying is, are we creating something that's so laborious that it just effectively we're just killing ADUs or not? But there are 3 paths. So, but at the same time, I'm cognizant that, we want this to be something that's workable. So, let's see, what was the other thing? The west side, did I miss this? The west side, we were going to open them up.
Yeah, so that was something we talked about last time, and
We had support for that.
yes.
Okay.
So if anybody has any comments about that,
Well, let's not go backwards. Move forward.
okay, just kidding, don't.
One thing, Malia, I think we need to make sure we do in the next committee is look at enforcement regarding ADUs, seeing as the state does allow more enforcement than we have on the books. And I think before we implement a policy, we definitely need to make sure the enforcement's in place too.
Definitely, and we can revisit that within the committee as well.
Do you know what the annual fees are?
For
Like if I had a legal permitted basement ADU, are there annual fees for that?
I know you have to have a rental dwelling license, but I don't remember how much that is.
Okay,
I can check though.
all right. So it's just the rental dwelling license?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think that comes back to a larger fees question. Are we covering all of the costs associated with administration? Probably not. And then, like I said before, I do think that these 3 paths, I mean, they're very, very similar. And I think that it's a hurdle too high for most people. And maybe, I hope that we're acting with good faith and trying to allow people to accommodate affordable housing, because affordable housing is what allows people to be owner occupied. This is a great path towards owner occupancy. And I hope that the committee will consider the similarities with major and minor home occupations.
Malia, let me just express a few concerns. We've been flooded with emails, as you know, pro and con. That's obviously the reason your committee has taken its time and worked so hard on this is because there's so many competing considerations, lots of pros and cons and difficult choices and consequences. And there's just no one size fits all ordinance here. We seem to be gravitating towards doing an experiment, if you will, on the west side. And I am generally in favor of that. If we're going to do an experiment, it's probably as good a place as any to do it. My concern is that you, as expressed by the area chair and others, they have a desire out there, not necessarily to multiply ADUs per se, but to allow for what's called move-up housing and to establish relatively stable neighborhoods. I just think we need to be sensitive to that area desire. And the other one mentioned by Councilor McKay, if we do open this up, it would be nice to have some strong reassurance as to the enforcement of the ordinance. I think that's been a perpetual concern for years on ADUs and other things, that if we're going to open things up, even just on the west side, we need to be able to assure those neighbors that in fact the ordinance will be enforced in terms of maximum numbers and off-street parking and that kind of thing. Do you feel you have that assurance? I mean, as a committee, are you comfortable with the promised level of enforcement, that the neighbors won't have to worry about that?
Yeah, we've had good discussions with the city's enforcement staff, with Scott, and then also, Bill has been involved in those conversations as well. And we've gone through our different pathways of enforcement as a city. And I've also talked with Marcus, who is in legal, about enforcement tools that we have on the books and incorporating the state codes, as Councilor McKay had suggested. So there are some more options that we can, look at as far as policy wise. But again, as a committee, we're kind of limited to legislative actions, but that is not to say that, we also have a role in this as a council. And so I think the committee, we can definitely look at that again.
I'm looking for
Yeah.
assurances from the administration more than anything else. I'm not so much worried about the text. There are lots of tools there. The question is, do we have the manpower and the will to satisfy the needs of the existing neighbors?
That's something that the committee, we can reach out to their team and get a report from them on that.
Last thing I would comment is with respect to the three paths, I think we opened things up last go around to elevate the number of unrelated adults from 2 to 3. That's a big step forward, and I'd be interested to see how that really plays out in real life. But as far as the three pathways, I wouldn't liberalize those any further for now. Our experience may suggest in a couple of years that, yeah, that is a bar too high. But for right now, I think it's prudent to keep that just the way it is.
I'm sorry, Bill, Mr. Fillmore, did you mean we shouldn't have the three paths at all?
No, we should have them.
Okay, okay,
I don't want to modify them.
I see. That just completely made my thought flee from my head now. I was going to say
Sorry to have that
something.
effect on you.
You're just so stunning. No, they were good. You have good thoughts there. Give me a minute.
Can I comment here? We had this conversation, I want to say 3 or 4 or 5 times last November and December when we had alternative proposals on accessory dwelling units. And I remember Mr. Pepperoni being at the microphone and saying he was committed, his staff was committed to enforcement. He said, I hope I'm not misquoting him, that they felt like they had the tools and the ability and the will to enforce. And maybe that's a different situation. I shouldn't put words in his mouth. It was a different proposal back then, but the council has prioritized in policy and in budgets, code enforcement staff. So I have confidence in him, and if he has some alternative feeling with this proposal, that'd be good to know. But
Well, Mr. Pepperoni has probably grown used to us putting words in his mouth.
It's in the record somewhere. But
the fact is, I don't want the west side to feel we're just imposing on them with no assurances that we're going to hew to the line on this.
All right, I'm back. So my thought was, we just had the presentation from Brandon on the survey, and that showed support for ADUs in District 1, 2, 4. Yeah, but that's still a significant amount of people who responded that they were favorable to that in their areas.
With the assumption that the limits will be enforced, right?
Exactly. And so what we're doing with this is opening up to the west side, so that would be District 4. But recognizing that there is considerable support in 1 and 2 for this. And 1 and 2 are areas where you do have these single family homes with, kind of large basements. We already know that people are already using these as accessory dwelling units, legally or not. Some of them are probably legal because they're older people who are living there and taking advantage of the fact that we give additional rights to our aging residents that we don't give to our young families, our younger homeowners who are also struggling financially in this economy. And I will say, even though we're looking at this as an experiment by opening it up in District 4 on the west side, we already have this in District 5, the district that says we don't necessarily need these, because we have them. And they've been really good in District 5 where I live. I live right next to these things, and these allow homes to be owner occupied for the owners to have enough funds to renovate their homes and upkeep them. Because the owners are living there, they care very much about who they're renting to. And you're bringing in these young families. Usually, unfortunately, it's usually more families instead of single people, which is why my college-age daughters are having a terrible time finding places to live, because these landlords are preferentially giving their accessory units to little couples instead of to single people. But that's tangential. But that way we get the energy and the vitality of these young families coming into the area. We have affordable housing, and we want to be able to quantify this more, because this is our moderate income housing that we have for the city. And if we can't say we have this many units of moderate income housing, then we're going to have a lot harder time complying with our state requirements. Because we have all of these units. So I'd like to say it's already working well in 5. We're expanding to 4, but I think that there may be support, or there already is substantial support in 1 and 2 for this. And I'm happy that we are anticipating looking at this in the future, seeing how it works in 4 west of the freeway, and maybe bringing all of these units that we know are non-compliant in other parts of the city into a path of compliance, so that we can protect the property owner rights and the rights of our tenants who are living in these units.
If I might just comment a couple of things. I don't mean to gainsay or minimize the positive elements of ADUs. I'm just saying there are cons as well as pros. And that's why I like the pathways, because they give us kind of a neighborhood focus. Does this particular neighborhood really want to do it? The other comment is simply that there are those who seem to be pushing awfully hard to expand ADUs to the entire city. And I just think that's a step too far. And we ought to be careful and prudent, and we ought to learn from our experience incrementally, see how other cities are handling the state law, and then see what the results are in our different areas. So the west side is an experiment, for lack of a better word.
Let's go to Councilor Ellsworth. So lots of comments on this one. Although I will remind everyone that before us are the 3 pathways, and we don't need, I feel like I need to say, I don't know if we need to have the entire ADU debate again today. All right, go for it. Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, if we're having the entire ADU debate again, I like the idea of an experiment, of a pilot program, but I feel like we've already done an experiment in a pilot program. Provo's had ADUs for years, decades. And more than that, every single city in the state has to permit ADUs, and almost every single city in the state has permitted ADUs in 75% of their city. And so it's not an experiment to them. They're living it. They've been living it for at least 18 months. And many cities have had ADUs more broadly permitted for years and for decades. So I would just invite and encourage everyone to reach out to a couple of cities, talk to counselors in other cities, learn about the pros and cons from other cities, because we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Other cities in this state and in states across the nation are doing just this. And I do feel like we're reinventing the wheel, but it's a terrific opportunity to learn from other cities.
I just think we need to keep in mind, Counselor, that we talk about all these other cities. Provo is relatively unique because we are a college town. And then we get into the disproportional rental population. And that's why the state legislature carved out special terms for us. And so it'd be more appropriate for us to look at Logan and other areas.
So I worked with the state legislature to get this carve out, and I became very good friends with counselors in Logan.
Bless you, my dear.
I became very good counselors with Logan, 2 counselors in Logan, and I've tracked what they've done and what they've implemented and why they did what they did. And those proposals were addressed last year when we had this conversation. So again, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We could do carte blanche what Logan's doing. It's totally feasible, and honestly, it promotes and facilitates, when well enforced, it promotes and facilitates homeownership. So.
All right. Counselor McKay, and then, well, yeah, Counselor McKay, go ahead.
Yes, we are a very unique city as far as our high rental, high students from UVU and BYU and others, and our low stock of single-family homes. And with that, we're not creating more single-family homes. We are just redistributing how they are used. And smaller families will buy bigger homes because they can supplement it with ADU rent. And that does take away stock from larger families, and they will outbid generally larger families because they'll be using part of it as an income. So it's just that mix that I'm concerned about, is pushing more and more families out of the city, larger families out of the city. And, we already have parts of the city that don't have many teenagers because, families get bigger and they need to move to a bigger house, or, we're just changing the demographics of it. We're not increasing single family homes with ADUs. We have already the student housing is being less utilized than it was. And I'm interested to see that trend and what happens there, because I do believe students are moving out into neighborhoods more with the BYU change and things like that. And so I think there's a lot to consider there.
Counselor Whipple, and then that'll be the last comment besides mine.
What?
Just
Don't
kidding.
get the last word.
What about me?
George Handley will be the next comment. Go ahead.
All right. So I just wanted to say that because we allow this for our aging in place seniors, ADUs are already allowed throughout the city where we've got single family homes. And what ends up happening is when those seniors decide to sell their house, or when their estate sells their house because it's a larger house and already has the accessory apartment in it, a young family generally cannot afford to buy that. And unless they were able to use part of it to generate income. And so what ends up happening is if you can't have a family buy it, you have an investor buying it, and then it's rented out to a family. And they're not able to build up equity in their home or generate wealth in that way. And I've seen this several families in my neighborhood where they're able to buy the house, rent the legal accessory apartment, and as their family gets bigger and their kids get older, also as they've advanced in their jobs and careers, they're able to expand their family into that accessory area, not rent it out anymore. And then as their kids get older and go out, either their adult kids come and live in the accessory apartment, or they rent it out again so that they can then subsidize their children going to college. And so I see ADUs as a path for home ownership for families. And it gives our private property owners flexibility in how they use their property. And it makes it more likely that they're able to live in our neighborhoods and to stay in their neighborhood long-term.
Better get it all in because I'm not coming back to you.
Oh, you'll hear from me later. Maybe not in this meeting, but one day. Thank you.
All right, Counselor Handley, and then we will move on to the next item. Go ahead, Counselor Handley.
Yeah, thanks. I just, and maybe I can have this conversation with Counselor McKay offline. I'm not aware of any research that suggests that ADUs are harmful to larger families. So I'm curious to know where that speculation or evidence comes from. I don't know which it is, but everything I've read on ADUs suggests that something similar to what Rachel was saying just a moment ago. And it seemed implied in Councilor Whipple, and Councilor McKay's comment just a moment ago indicated the likelihood that it would actually help younger families stabilize into home ownership, which is one of our housing problems. So it's not, I think it's a little bit unhealthy to sort of see these as zero-sum issues. If we know we need more single-family detached homes in the city of Provo, and we want some that are, at different price points for different size families, different income levels, then that's what we need to do. This is just one piece of the puzzle, so it doesn't end up replacing the need for those other kinds of mechanisms, but they have a pretty good track record of providing that kind of stability. And the linchpin is always the enforcement of owner occupancy. And, we'll all have to confirm with Mr. Pepperoni at a later point, I guess. But I remember him distinctly saying back when we were discussing the possibility of expanding citywide that the city was in a position to be able to handle that kind of enforcement on the owner occupancy. Owner occupancy is not the hard thing to enforce, is what I remember him saying. So anyway, I think we, are maybe never going to agree as a council exactly on ADUs, but I thought we were moving in a compromised position intentionally, which was this incremental approach. And so I'm glad to see it moving forward, and I fully support it and hope that it will lead to greater confidence about this as an important tool for the city of Provo.
Thank you, Councilor Hanley. So we took a straw poll last time we talked about this and moving forward, but there were just some details to work out. So 2 takeaways that I remember from today is my personal one: could we just make sure we've really buttoned up the definitions and such? And then I liked Councilor McKay's thoughts on, as a committee, perhaps revisiting the additional tools that the state provided for enforcement. Because I think, and I don't want to revisit it all as well. I think we can open ADUs up more and more quickly as long as there's good enforcement, because then people will have a positive experience with them and they won't be this big scary thing. So if we can have, and Councilor Ellsworth would say we already are there, but in any case, so those were 2 takeaways. Is there anything else specifically before we see some sort of like draft ordinance next time that we want Malia and staff to look at, or the committee to look at before they kind of write this up?
Just to follow up on the prior conversation, I wonder if there's an appetite on the council to enter into that kind of a public statement that we are, I guess, spot zoning is a disfavored term, but the idea being that council's not generally inclined to do spot zoning ADUs, that we direct people to the ordinance, but would entertain something in an extreme circumstance.
So it sounds like there is support for that on the council, but so Bill, do you need an intent statement, or do you just know that the council is probably going to encourage people to follow the process, the pathways, we'll call them, or do you need an intent statement?
We've certainly heard the discussion and we understand the sentiment of the council. It would be helpful somewhere in this documentation under a purpose and intent statement somewhere in that section to say basically what Bill just referred to, because it's helpful to us as staff to be able to point to something with the applicant to say, understand that these are kind of discouraged in the city. It's unlikely to be approved unless you have extenuating circumstances. So a statement somewhere would be helpful.
Councilor Ellsworth, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I just wonder if we should wait for Mr. Shipley to be here to do a straw poll and
On that particular?
integrate that or take that out.
Well, the other option would be, but you could indicate now whether you want us to, like you have with other questions Malia's asked over the past few weeks about that ordinance, but we could always just incorporate that into the preamble of the ordinance, and then that gives Bill a document that he can show people.
And that can be struck when we vote on it.
Yeah, there could also be a straw poll via email
Sure.
if that's the way to, if a more
Okay.
efficient way to go.
Once you have the draft of the ordinance, send it out to council, and if people don't like that incorporated into the preamble, then it can be removed. And if we do like it, it can be left in. That sound all right?
Sounds good.
Okay, thanks. All right, everyone. Next item and final item is a discussion of the Neighborhood Program Review Committee's committee regarding committee's recommendations for the neighborhood program. I guess I'll just say, so Karen's going to do some presentation and then I'm going to lead the discussion, but I want to say that first of all, thank you to Councilor Ellsworth for pushing us to have kind of more of an open discussion, setting some time aside. So that's what we're going to do today, because we haven't really had a whole lot of time to go back and forth as council on it. And then most importantly, I want to thank all of the input that we've received and the participation that we've had from neighborhood chairs and members of the communities of those neighborhoods, and good emails, good feedback, good thoughts. And then I think probably the most important thing I want to say is, as we discuss this today, I want to reiterate, we value this program. We understand the value it brings as far as being a sounding board for the council and the decisions they make, a kind of a way for us to connect with the different neighborhoods. And we also really appreciate the service that various neighborhood chairs and vice chairs and just neighborhood community members have put into serving their community. I want to reiterate the intent of any changes we're making is to make this program better. We have there definitely is not support on the council to try to do away with the program or neuter it, so to speak, or make it ineffective, or to, have a way for us to just have a group of, a committee or executive boards that just do our bidding, so to speak, that we still want to maintain kind of the intent of the program in kind of the various roles that they play. And so with that, I don't know what the word I'm looking for, but with that caveat, preamble, whatever, let's go ahead and talk through the last meeting, we presented a variety of different, a bunch of different feedback that we've gotten, and now all of you have gotten emails and additional feedback as well. What we did is the neighborhood committee did meet, and we went through all of the feedback that we received at that meeting and in emails and such. Now, there have since been more emails that have come in. But at the time when we met as a committee, we went through everything that we had received and said, yeah, this is something that as a committee, we would say to the council, yeah, we recommend we take a look at this. And then there was another set of things that we thought we should discuss as a council because we weren't sure if it was a good idea or not, and we wanted to discuss that. So the intent today is for Karen to just quickly present. We don't need to belabor each one of these points, but quickly present some of that feedback and the thoughts from the committee members, and then discuss as a council broadly what we like or don't like about how things are kind of structured right now in the most recent draft. Just reiterate to everyone, it's a draft. And then also discuss some of these particular points of feedback that we received from the neighborhood chairs and other members of the communities that they serve, and help us make some decisions so that we can then bring a more finalized version to the evening meetings and then ultimately vote on it. So that's kind of the idea today, is for us to go through that feedback. So I don't think we need a big review of everything. Mostly let's get to the meat and potatoes and discussion.
I just like to have pictures for people to look at instead of looking at me. So, so the recommendations that the committee wanted to move forward with, that came from neighborhood chairs and others in the public, Public input on applicants, as long as certain amounts of privacy are maintained, obviously, we don't want to dox people. Encourage neighborhoods to put forward candidates if they're interested in particular people representing them. Oh, and I meant to take the next one out just because we believe that the process as a whole will help with those less engaged neighborhoods. Executive board term length, discussed raising that to either 3 or 4 years. Of course, to begin this program, we need to stagger that a bit so that you don't have, if you say 4 years, then everybody's done in 4 years. That's already difficult with any board or commission to have them all at once. Term limits, there is an option already in the draft for an exception to limiting those terms based on the need. If there are vacancies and there's a need to have someone repeat a term, that option's already in there. And allowing for 2 vice chairs was definitely an idea that the committee embraced because it just gets more people involved and prepared to lead in the future.
And I think for the board term, we're going to do 4, but in the beginning, we're going to go 2 and 4.
Yeah. And I just threw 3 in there because that was one that came up. But, the 4 years was a pretty common desire in there. So, and how we stagger it to doing the 2 and 4 years would work really well. So then just a few comments on things that are already in there, but I know when we presented it to the neighborhood chairs, they hadn't seen the draft ordinance. And so some of the comments were based on things that they just weren't aware of. So we definitely plan on doing more training. That's a huge part of moving forward. Communications plan, we will be developing a plan for that using email, text messages, social media, and it would be managed by the council staff to make use of the things we have here at the city that we wouldn't be able to release to an individual resident. And then neighborhood identities, the concerns here, I think we have such a great thing going in Provo that we often forget that in other cities, people just get together in groups and organize themselves and do projects and come to the city with requests, and that is always possible. We're not standing in the way of that. It's just that the city's program would work a slightly different way. And so these are the items that we're looking for discussion, potentially to come to the August 9th meeting. We would want to fix the language based on today's discussion. So incentives for volunteering had been suggested by some neighborhood chairs. Frequency of meetings, monthly or every 2 months. The goal is to set a calendar at the beginning of the year, much like we do with your meetings. It's kind of nice to be able to know when those things are coming up. And the frequency could always be adjusted later as needed. I mean, this is brand new. We don't know what direction it's going. I did want to point out, I did a super quick survey of what application, rezone and general plan amendment applications came in the last year. And except for neighborhoods west of the freeway, any of the other districts could easily go every other month and not have a problem. The areas west of the freeway are hopping with activity and would benefit from meeting every month. So that's my input there, because I was curious what the need is based on that. And then district size, what we put together, the map that's in the materials, is based on 6 to 8 neighborhoods per district. We currently have a very different layout for areas, which was part of the current program. And so whether that meets the needs or not, good discussion to have. So I'm going to sit up there. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. And if you need to, Malia would be able to put up a map.
Okay.
I know that was a request last time, the map.
Great. So let's start with Councilor Hanley.
I just had a question maybe for Karen or for the committee for that matter, if you've thought this through. I don't mean to be dodging the specifics that you just laid out for us, Karen, but I'm just curious to know what what we have in mind for what would happen in those meetings. And that may be relevant to the frequency question. And maybe it's relevant also for incentives for volunteering. The reason I ask is I have it in my mind that what's nice about this is that there is now a mechanism built in that's every, couple of months, if that's what we ended up deciding, or every month, where as a council member, we are meeting with neighborhood representatives from across our district to hear about their issues. I guess the question I'm wondering about is, to what degree is the council member setting that agenda? To what degree is that agenda set by the members of the district and the chair of that board? I would prefer it to be the latter, although obviously if I know a meeting's coming up, I probably would want to be asked by that chair if I had any items that I felt like I needed to bring to them that would be good to discuss. But I think the goal here is to increase the participation and engagement at the local levels. So I'm just wondering if that's been discussed, and that may influence my feeling. If it is the latter, if it's really kind of driven by their concerns and their needs and what's happening in their neighborhoods, the more frequent we meet, I think I would prefer the monthly as opposed to every other month, just because there may be one neighborhood that has a lot going on and it ends up kind of dominating the agenda a little bit. And I would want to make sure that we have time to get to other matters. And I could see every 2 months, it could end up being sort of never getting around to the other less urgent matters, but nevertheless persistent problems that neighborhoods are having.
Okay. So the plan was to have these land use applications, discussions about potential matching grant projects, kind of a Provology-like environment where other city departments would be able to come in. These are things that have been done in the past in neighborhood meetings, but some have kind of slid to the background, where you have Provo Power come in and talk about, the solar options and renewable energy. You have your COP officer come in and talk about crime prevention, those kinds of things. So those kind of fill in, and the board could bring other neighborhood concerns to be put on the agenda, but the plan was to have the person managing the neighborhood program in our office putting that agenda together so that we can publish it like we do the council agendas, so that the public knows what's upcoming in those meetings.
But it does come from the neighborhood themselves, what they want on it, because they vote for that. And
yeah, well, they would submit those items and we would get them on the agenda. And then with the land use items, we could automatically schedule them so they don't have to chase down anybody to get a meeting set up. So that's the thought. And I agree that monthly meetings are easier to keep track of, but for some that seemed overwhelming apparently.
I'm in favor of monthly, just for the record. I think the more frequent, you can always cancel a meeting, I guess, if there's nothing pressing, but a standing meeting that's happening every month, I think is potentially very healthy for the communication going back and forth. And I think given the fact that that's a very high priority for us, and taking this look at the neighborhood program to see how we can improve it, it seems to me that we need to commit to that frequency so that we improve those communications going back and forth between the council and citizens.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Can you go back to the slide that has the questions on it?
Let's go to the first one that we had. Yeah, we'll start there. Or did you want to see a different one?
I meant the other one, but are you looking for opinions on both sides?
Well, so Councilor Ellsworth, I wanted you to have an opportunity to not only touch on these specific points, but anything else you want to talk about with the program as currently drafted.
Okay. Well, for now, I'll just hit on these three questions and then happy to give comments on the other one. But, the incentives for volunteering, it just doesn't work for me. I just am not in favor of that. So I served on the Governor's Rural Partnership Board. I served on the Utah Quality Growth Commission. The most I ever got was a piece of paper, a certificate of appreciation for my time served. I served on the City Planning Commission, the County Planning Commission, the City West Side Advisory Committee, and the most I ever got was a meal. So I wasn't doing it for a free day or a fun day at the rec center. I wasn't doing it for a free Provo City backpack. You just do it because you have some element of civic duty in yourself and you want to volunteer and you want to provide a sense of community and an improvement to whatever you're volunteering with. That's the point of volunteering, in my opinion. I mean, Utah has like the highest rates of volunteerism, so it should be easy without major incentive. Frequency of meetings, I'm partial to every 2 months just because it seems very onerous. It seems like a lot of time spent, but I don't necessarily have a huge opinion either way. I'm just for the efficiency of every 2 months. And then in terms of district size, 6 to 8 neighborhoods per district. Just whatever's most inclusive, whatever's most efficient for staff. If it's easier for staff to have fewer districts or bigger districts, then that's what I would go for, is just to make it easier on the city staff, so that the harder it is, the more complex it is, the more things could fall through the cracks.
Sorry, Travis, could I get on the other things?
Yeah,
Or is there?
could we possibly just go through each one? Start at the top? Yes, so that we're trying to hammer out some of these step by step. Is that all right, George? Or did you want to make a one-off comment?
Well, I'm happy to do that. Yeah, I talked about the frequency already, but I was going to talk about incentives and district size.
Okay, let's.
If you want me to restrict it to incentives for now, that's fine.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and we'll discuss this slide. Yeah.
I just have a proposal. I think incentives is kind of a yes or no vote. Can we just do it that quickly? And then talk about the other ones, or do we need to discuss incentives?
We should discuss. It depends on what we have in mind.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to ask about.
All right. So let's go ahead and we'll discuss incentives. Go ahead, George. You've got the floor.
Okay, so my comment is this. I appreciate what Councilor Ellsworth is saying. However, I'm a big believer in making people feel appreciated. So I think we absolutely should do something. I don't know, but I didn't understand incentives for volunteering to be a reward. After serving with some swag or something, which is nice. I'm totally in favor of that. But I think this is a really important issue, because if we're saying that we are not committing city resources to make neighborhood-wide elections legal and formal with ballots like they need to be in order for democracy to, in order for us to claim that democracy is actually happening, and then I think we actually have to make sure, then we have to make sure that we're doing everything we can to encourage that sense of empowerment from the volunteers themselves to come forward and to feel like they're being heard. So I understood incentives for volunteering to be about how do we get people to volunteer? How do we make sure that they're encouraged? And maybe some of that is, what are the opportunities? I think the opportunities ought to be clearly spelled out as to what the roles will be, and that will draw people in. But I do think nomination processes would be a really important way to help people feel like they have a voice and who's getting put forward and selected. So anything we can do to strengthen the numbers of people who are considering wanting to get involved. And this may require us to have occasional meetings in different neighborhoods to talk through this program and the opportunities for service that it entails. Those are just some thoughts that come to my mind.
I'll just say to maybe help guide the conversation. So the comments that were given around incentives were basically, well, the reason I got involved as neighborhood chair is because I went to a meeting and my friend tapped me on the shoulder and said, you should go ahead and run or be chair, or be vice chair, or will you be my vice chair? And they're basically what they're saying is if we're having an issue getting certain neighborhoods, getting people to step up, could we offer some incentives? Could we offer some rec passes? Could we offer things like that would encourage people to, oh, hey, there's a little something in this for you for your time and effort. So that's where this was spurred from. Councilor Fillmore.
Yeah, on this one particular topic, I appreciate the spirit of volunteerism that Councilor Ellsworth enunciates. But I think it's good to show appreciation and thanks. If this is done right, these people are going to put in a fair amount of time. And I'd be all in favor of giving them a free annual rec pass, for example. I'm just not opposed to that at all.
I think we should also be cognizant of what other boards and commissions are doing.
Mr. Jones, did you have a comment?
Well, I think my comment was along the lines of what Councilor Ellsworth was going to say. I just was going to raise the issue of if incentives are considered for this city board, is it the council's intent that incentives be given to people who serve on all city boards?
About the incentives, I think it just kind of opens up a can of worms. I kind of align with Shannon on this. I do like what George said as far as incentives, as far as making them feel empowered, as far as making them, they care way more about that than they do a rec pass. And there could be people who do this just for the rec pass, which would defeat the whole purpose if they don't have a passion for the actual program and their neighborhood. I think we show more respect and incentivize their good nature by making them feel empowered and by allowing them to, feel like they are representing their neighborhood specifically and not the council, but representing their neighborhoods and that they're able to be nominated or be more involved in the process as far as elections and getting them on the council. That's the part that there's no doubt from all the feedback we've received that is more of the passion and concern. And I think that is what makes them feel like their work is worth it because they're doing it for the neighborhood they love and the people they are serving.
Mr. Jones.
Yeah, a couple of other things occurred to me that I hadn't thought about it before. One is, again, thinking about this from a separation of powers perspective based on the question that I just asked a minute ago. I suppose the justification for providing an incentive in this program, but not to other city boards, is that this is a council program. Having said that, incentives like are being talked about, except to the extent that we're actually talking about salaries, which then make them employees and not volunteers, are not really a legislative function. So I just one of the things you may want to consider is where's the money for the incentives coming from? I'm assuming it must be coming out of the council budget, if that's the way that the program is being run.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a straw poll on incentives. So I'm talking about, so the question is, do you support or not support some sort of formalized incentives so not making them feel empowered, not throwing a nice dinner for them each year, but actually something like, hey, here's some free rec passes. So I'm going to just, anyone who wants to, please vote yes for incentives. Okay, looks like, okay, we've got one. Well, I'm talking about some sort of like formalized incentive.
Yeah, I don't think that we necessarily set a precedent for every board and commission in the city because this is a legislative creature. I'm just, when we're having a hard enough time to get some neighbors to participate at all. And if this helps, good.
Yeah, so my comment on it would be that there's a difference between getting somebody on the planning commission who is interested in that, and it's a commission of, how many people are on the planning commission? 9, and we've got to staff 35 to 40, or get 35 to 40 people in the neighborhood. And, you know, with the planning commission, you're 35 to 40 people from the neighborhoods. And with the planning commission, you're choosing 9 people from all of Provo. And there might be a strong actual, you know, maybe even their career is focused around planning or something. But in any case, go ahead.
So I would be interested in doing something that makes it easier for people to come and attend a meeting. So if that's providing food at the meeting or finding some way to help with childcare so people can go to a meeting, I'm in favor of that. We haven't really talked about childcare as an incentive or maybe a babysitting allowance or something, but that's the kind of thing that would make it possible for people to participate, that I think would directly impact the ability to get people to volunteer for the program. So that's the kind of thing that I would be in favor of.
Okay. I like those ideas. I think we need to, I'm going to say that that's not something we're going to codify. We need this. So big picture, we just need to find ways to help get people engaged, or want them to help people want to get engaged and involved. And we will explore that, but we're not going to specifically put some sort of incentive in, we're not going to codify some sort of incentive. Mr. Jones?
Yeah, that was the comment I was going to make. So I don't know how necessary that particular item is for this meeting, in the sense that I don't think it's going to end up actually being part of the ordinance. So to the extent that the council can give some direction to staff and say, hey, that's something we're interested in exploring further, come to us with a proposal of something you think would be good to do, and the council can discuss that by email and give council leadership a yay or nay, and it can just be implemented at any point in time.
Sounds good. Okay. Frequency of meetings. Any comments on 1 month or 2 months, or once a quarter, or whatever?
I think monthly is way too much. Again, going back to the fact that we have a hard time getting people to engage at all in some neighborhoods, and then to lock them into a monthly meeting, I think very few people would sign up for that. There just isn't that much, they're not a legislative body, they're a two-way informational body. And I'd vote for 2 months, and even that may be much.
Councilor Ellsworth? Oh, you were just shaking your head. You didn't want to say anything?
No, I already gave a comment. I agree. I think that it just is easier for those volunteering and for the staff to do it a little less frequently, but yeah.
Councilor McKay?
Going off citizen feedback, I'd say every other month. I do like what Karen said. If the West Side is, getting development stuff every month, I think that's great to do them every month, everyone else every other month.
So my thought is that if we go to every 2 months, we could actually have more districts with fewer neighborhoods in each district, because then we would have basically 8 weeks. And that way, if people are worried about representation within their neighborhood, their neighborhood being represented strongly in the district, a smaller district could help with that.
I am open to that also.
I would want feedback from staff on whether that is more unwieldy or an impediment, but that way we could still plan for like the every Thursday meeting. It was just that it would be a different district over that time.
Yeah, my opinion is that yes, having a monthly meeting makes it easier for people to remember, oh yeah, it's the 4th Thursday of the month. And so now, but the downside of the frequency of it and the ability for people to participate on a regular basis, I think doesn't outweigh how having a standing meeting every month is a positive in my mind. So I support every other month. I think there's pretty clear, even without George's feedback, it's every other month is the desired the direction the council wants to go. Okay. District size. So maybe going off of Councilor Whipple's comment, right now we've got 5 districts. There were some comments about that's too big. Why does somebody in Grandview, why does somebody in the university area care about somebody in Grandview and vice versa, right? Whereas if you break these districts down into possibly 7, then you have smaller little districts that might have more of a interest in their specific area. I like that idea. I know that originally we were looking at having a council member assigned to each district that somewhat aligned with their existing council district, but I don't know if that's an end all be all. I think we could have, the citywide assigned as well and have 7, and it would work just fine. Try to align those as well as possible each year, similar to how the school district kind of does that. So thoughts on that, Councilor Fillmore?
Yeah, I like the original concept of 5 districts. I like the alignment of the city council member with that district, because I think it generates more accountability between the counselor to those neighborhoods and the neighborhoods in dealing with that council member. If there was a desire to, spread that out a bit, I think we ought to take a look at having 10 districts. The idea being that half of District 1, the District 1, for example, would be split into 2 districts, both of which would be within the district for that council member, so that there's more give and take between the elected official and the appointed officials.
But then we get to the point where we're having now more elections and, we're trying to simplify things.
That's true. That's the trade-off.
Yeah. Any other comments? Councilor Hanley, go ahead.
Yeah, I would be opposed to expanding it beyond 5, because I think the smaller we go in terms of the districts, we also sort of counteract the not only do we create some logistical problems for ourselves, but I think we counteract what I see as one of the positives of this proposal, and that is that there is a little more of a sense of who our neighbors are in our neighboring neighborhoods, and what our more regional issues in the city might be. I think that's healthy, and I think actually if we go much bigger in number with the districts, we just kind of lose that altogether. And I do think, for the sake of convenience, I think it would be wonderful if the citywide, I don't know what our citywide counselors feel about this. Dave Shipley's not here with us today, but it might be nice if the different district representatives, for the reasons that Mr. Fillmore just outlined, I think it's super important for each counselor to be connecting to those neighborhoods that roughly correspond with the district. If for the citywide people, it seems like they could just rotate the year round. They could go to each of those districts once during the year, and anyway, that's one way to sort of make use of their participation. I think it would actually be quite empowering in some ways, and enriching for the discussions if there are 2 council members at all those meetings, and if one of them's or at least occasionally, and then one of them's a citywide counselor. I think that would be one way to handle it, but I don't want to go any bigger than 5.
Other comments? I'll read in Councilor Shipley's comment that he texted me. He's obviously listening in. Creepy style. My preference is to start with 5, then review for more in 6 months. We may decide to increase the frequency of meetings, and it would be harder to change the number of districts. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a straw poll vote on this. So I'm going to say we're voting on keeping it at 5 districts. So all in favor of keeping it at 5 districts?
That's me.
Okay, so that's 4 with Counselor Shipley. All in favor of moving to 7? Counselor McKay and Hoban, and Whipple is a shoulder shrug. So, okay, we'll keep that at 5. Let's go back to the let's go back to the previous slide now. We've made a decision on these. So slide 5. All right. So I think we all and the committee were supportive of more training for board members and better communication. Does anybody want to discuss? There was the thought that we need to be more active with email communication, text messaging, social media. That we would be in charge of that. Any thoughts from council members or any opposition to that concept? I don't know why anybody would oppose it, but Councilor Whipple, you're going to tell us why.
I'm just really, really supportive of this change, especially for the email. Having been an acting neighborhood chair and dealing with that email list that was very difficult to build up over several years. And then anytime somebody would move, I would need to take them off of the list. And I still get notifications of people are like, please take my name off this list. I moved 4 years ago. I can't do anything about it now because I'm not the chair. I'm not the holder of the email list. But having access to emails because of, like utilities or something like that, where we have wider reach to our people. I still think that they should be able to opt out of these emails, but I want them to opt out instead of just having a very tiny little list of people who happen to be told that this program existed so that they could opt in. And having that function with the city so that they can protect the privacy of those emails and the integrity of that list, I think is much better than having it with volunteers who are well-meaning but don't have the tools to deal with it, because it was hard.
I agree with Rachel, and obviously they need to opt out, but then I feel like we're covering a problem here of the idea that, oh, I didn't know about this, or I was never told. Everyone will receive communications ideally, and then people could decide to be involved or not, but they've been communicated to. And then, people's participation is up to them. We can't force people to participate, and we shouldn't. And some people aren't going to be interested, and that is their right. So, but I'm so happy that the communication will be utilizing the city's tools and that it can be relied on more.
Karen.
I just wanted to clarify something in case the administration is getting worried about the direction of the communications conversation. So what we're talking about is being able to send an initial email to those email addresses that are within our various systems here at the city, and be able to say, here's what we would like to send out to you, neighborhood program, interesting information, that kind of thing, and allow them to opt in. Because we definitely don't want people opting out of emails about their utility bills, because that's rather crucial. So yeah, it will be taken definitely with privacy in mind. And so that's kind of how that, and we had hoped that the city would kind of be at that point by now, but I know the Provo 360 project hit a few left and right and other kinds of turns along the way. So we didn't reach it quite when we thought we were going to. But it's along those same lines, just saying, here's other information you'd like to receive.
Okay. Neighborhood identity. So now we're kind of getting into some of the feedback that was a little bit more negative. So for example, we had comments come back basically saying, well, you're taking away our ability to elect our neighborhood chair, our representative. We got a lot of emails on that. There were a few other things that I wanted to discuss. So one was, and it just slipped my mind. It'll come back to me. Dang it. It was really good, I promise.
You're talking about neighborhood identity?
Yeah, before that anyways. So, I guess any of the feedback that we've received via email, does anybody have any thoughts or any additional thoughts on the program in general? Go ahead, Bill.
Dude,
Or Councilor Fillmore.
Bill's just fine, Travis. I'm really struggling with one issue. It goes right to the heart of the program. I greatly appreciate all the effort and thoughtfulness that the staff and others put into this. And I think there are a lot of good reasons for transforming the neighborhood program, because all kinds of problems, right? And that we're familiar with. And I think that for the most part, this plan addresses those in a positive way. But we've also, we had, in my mind, there's lots of problems, but two primary problems. One is that various neighborhoods were terribly underrepresented in the sense of low turnout or no turnout, and or lazy or missing in action chairs. And the other problem is just the opposite. It's over participation. By that I mean by one individual, where a chairman just kind of takes over the neighborhood and sometimes has misrepresented the neighborhood sentiments to us, where it's really his or her own sentiments as opposed to the majority of the neighborhood. And the predominant negative comment we've received, and we've received a good many of them, is about taking away the neighborhood vote. And I understand the feeling, it's kind of a oversimplifying to say this is, anti-democratic, and maybe misperceives the whole purpose and origins of the neighborhood program to begin with, that they're really not quasi-governmental officials. They don't have any authority, but nonetheless, there's this sense that our neighborhood won't be represented right. And those comments come from some very thoughtful people, prominent citizens, others who really dug in. It's surprising, the kind of thoughtful comments we've gotten on this that we don't usually get on a lot of issues that we discuss. And I've been racking my brain if there isn't some way to straddle the divide right now. And I don't know necessarily there is, but I want to throw something out. There's two options. One is that the course we're on, if we just, very firmly declare that this is a 1 or 2 year experiment. We're going to see how it works. And we think there are good reasons for doing this. And there are the concerns about, neighborhoods not voting their own chairs, that kind of thing, that there are some nice counterbalances to that built in. And we think this is worth trying, because certainly the old program has not been a ringing success, at least not for all neighborhoods. And we just make it clear that we're going to reevaluate this in a year or so and see how it goes, and welcome feedback during that year and when we reassess it. The other approach is this, and that is that we allow neighborhood voting for neighborhood chairs, but with the caveat that and I don't know how to do this mechanically. I don't have a magic formula, but the neighborhood, whoever the chair is that's elected, would have to certify that so many people participated in the election that maybe we have some criteria for saying to hold a valid neighborhood election, you've got to meet this criteria. And if you don't meet that criteria, then we will appoint, or we won't do neighborhood elections. I don't know mechanically how to work out the details, but I'm inclined to give all these people that are, really, really upset that we're taking this away from them. It's clear to me that we need to do more education to explain the new program better and maybe ameliorate some of those concerns. And then maybe we need a little more time to study it ourselves, but maybe there's a hybrid approach where we allow elections if they satisfy certain minimum criteria and certify that to us. And in the absence of that, so we avoid those strange and unproductive elections, that we then would step in.
Thank you, Councilor Fillmore, Councilor McKay, and then we'll go to Councilor Handley.
Yes, I've read all those emails too. Well, I've been, one of the things I heard about why we're not doing elections is, we're worried about everyone being notified and knowing about it happening. There's this thing about bullies. There's this thing about people feeling like they can't talk in the environment, or that they are, not welcome. While I was campaigning, while I've been in council, talking to a lot of people, and I've been to many of the neighborhood programs, I've only missed a few. I've never heard, while I was campaigning and getting emails and stuff, and even all the feedback we received about this current neighborhood program that we're looking at, I've never heard any of those complaints. I've heard, as far as negative, all I've heard is, I've never heard those complaints from citizens. I've only heard it from staff and council members. And I've heard, and then the only thing I've ever heard is, I don't know about it. I don't know about the program, or I haven't got any messages about that. Communication is definitely the biggest issue, in my opinion. And with Fillmore's idea, as far as them still doing neighborhood programs, that doesn't negate the communications issue. That will still be an issue. I think we've set up things well with set appointments and doing Zoom, and we'll have a way for people to vote through Zoom. So I still don't understand why it's not possible under such. We're going to have more controlled environment, right? The city, with Zoom, with staff, with council members, there with an organization of when we have the leadership and such. But I don't see why we can't do elections in that environment. When we've fixed the communications, everyone gets sent a notice that we're going to do elections this night. They can come on Zoom. They don't need to come in person. They can still vote through Zoom. I just don't see why we have to take that away. I don't think it's wise. I don't think it builds citizen will. I don't believe it is the problem, or I don't believe we're leaving people out or creating environments that are hostile or non-inclusive. I just think with things controlled and the controlled environment we can provide, I think it makes complete sense to continue elections that way. And I think it would solve a lot of problems, because everything else we're doing, I believe, I just believe it's awesome. It's going to be a huge improvement. And this is the one hurdle that I think is going to limit participation and alienate citizens and create more interest groups on the board. And I'm just worried about those problems.
Go ahead, Councilor Handley.
Thanks. And thanks to my counselors for these previous comments. They're very helpful. And I know we're all trying to find some sort of adequate solution to this particular question, because I do think this is the thorniest of the issues. I don't doubt, Councilor McKay, that you haven't heard those things. Just for the record, I've heard them since before I was elected. Actually, I feel like it's been an issue that I have never stopped hearing about. So I don't know how to account for that difference, but I would say that one of the reasons maybe I became aware of it early on was because my neighborhood was affected by a very divisive issue before I was elected with BRT, as it was known then, UVX. We've seen this kind of division happening in other neighborhoods like Joaquin over landlord versus students versus residents kinds of issues. Unfortunately, I think the elections that we've been having and calling official council events have created neighborhood division in our city, and they have created unnecessary polarization, because whether or not we've ever, even though we never, I don't think, intended for neighborhood chairs to act as official political representatives of the voice of the people, that's how they have functioned. And that's precisely why the elections invite such trouble, because they raise the stakes of making sure that you get your person elected who's going to represent you on certain issues. And so we've started to see neighborhood elections that are around issues, which I think is precisely the wrong outcome that we want to avoid. We don't want this perception to continue that this is an officially elected position. So, I mean, I know it is a hard communication thing that I'm struggling with, because we're being accused of being anti-democratic, and I personally feel like nothing is farther from the truth. It's precisely because I care about representation so much that I think an election that isn't an official one invites trouble, and it creates that perception that there is something more powerful about the voice of a neighborhood chair than anyone else in the neighborhood. And I don't think we need that, at least not in a city our size. If we were bigger, I would say let's invest the money and do, full-blown elections at that level, and create the structure that helps us get better communication and representation to manage a bigger populace. But I don't know how to solve the problem other than the fact that I hope that by meeting regularly, people will be reminded that the most important way to have your voice heard in this city is by directly contacting those who were legally elected by an official process, who are, swore an oath to the Constitution to represent you. And so we have an obligation to hear people. So even in the more benign situations, there have still been, people who've walked away from that process of neighborhood chair election, where they didn't know the meeting was happening, didn't know, or they arrived late and, weren't able to participate fully for whatever reason. So I think we just end up inviting trouble. So I do actually think, despite the battle we're going to have to face with the perception, I think this is healthier for representative government in our city to make sure that people understand that we are their representatives and we are responding to their concerns and listening to them, and that we have all these improved means of communication back and forth between us and the various neighborhoods in our charge, and that's the best way to go about this. Otherwise, if we can't do full-blown official ballot elections and notifications, I think we're actually doing something that is sort of, a bit of an illusion that we're participating in direct democracy when we're not, because that's not how it's done. It's not, I've been a part of electing a neighborhood chair that happened in a parking lot with 6 people. So I just think these things are going to continue to be a problem for us unless we just figure out a different method. So I know that we need to do a lot of work that's why I'm all in favor of improving the process by which people are nominated. And I do think if there's someone who's been elected by their neighborhood and put forward with a nomination of 50 people signing a letter saying we want so-and-so to be our neighborhood chair, I think we can put language in our own ordinance that says our selection process will do our best to respond to neighborhood wishes with regard to those people. But I don't want to make this a formal election, because I think we've created in so doing, we create the wrong impression about what the role here is. The role is service, the role is facilitation, it's not representation. The representation is not, and I say this actually on behalf of neighborhood chairs. I feel like neighborhood chairs have been hammered by their neighbors because they're accused of misrepresenting the neighborhood when all they're, so it's just a constant pressure point that we've created for them, where we either, see people getting criticized unfairly, or we see some people taking advantage of that and pushing it in the wrong direction. And I think it's time we just release that pressure point and help people to serve more effectively in a way that really increases democratic participation in our government.
Thank you, Councilor Hanley. Councilor Whipple.
So when he said 6 people in a parking lot, I was thinking about Mazer neighborhood. For at least the last 3 elections that we've had for our neighborhood chair, there have been maybe a dozen at the most in attendance for a neighborhood that's got a population of like 4,800 people. That's less than 1/4% of people who are choosing this chair. And for me, I wasn't even elected as the chair because I didn't want that responsibility. I was the acting chair, and he went AWOL, or the actual elected chair, gone after, I don't know, 2 weeks, a month or something like that. And it was our neighborhood cop who was like, you need to keep having these meetings because this is actually a functioning neighborhood. And that's why I stepped in and hosted the meetings and everything, with the support of my neighborhood cop, who I still love very much, Officer Nysonger. But it was only because he was pushing me and giving me support. I didn't have support so much from the city, even though there were occasionally meetings, and Dave Connect was helpful, and other chairs that I could talk to help give me a sense of what I should do with this role, which is why I'm excited about more training. And why I also think that these weren't real elections. It's an indication of what people who happened to be on the email list or who paid attention to the little signs. Do you guys remember these signs that we would put in the park strip saying there's a neighborhood meeting coming up? I did everything I could to tell people and to get more people on my list and to come. But it wasn't representative. And I think that appointing this representative, instead of calling him a neighborhood chair, but this district board member as your geographical representative on this board, does accomplish the same function. Because the biggest function that I had as an acting neighborhood chair was to be the person that people in my neighborhood could ask about what was going on. Because I was attending the meetings, I found out what was happening, I was writing summaries and giving it to everyone. And that essential function will continue with this program, with this new version of the program. And I never felt like I had any kind of special authority, maybe because I was just acting instead of an actual elected chair. So I was very conscious of trying to put aside my own opinions anytime I was presenting to the council what I'd gathered from my neighbors, or anytime I was presenting to my neighbors the information from the council or from a developer or from UDOT when we redid Third South. But I think that the purpose of this, to have local people in the neighborhood really plugged into the city to know what's going on so they can share this information and gather more information, can be accomplished with this. And this way we can also get rid of the illusion that we are having real elections.
Councilor Ellsworth, and then we're going to have to close this topic up. Go ahead.
I just appreciate what Councilor Whipple said and what Councilor Handley said. These elections, if you will, have been polarizing and divisive, and I hope that we're creating something or perpetuating something that's unifying and moderating. And there just hasn't been, to call them elections really gives people false hope of representation, when in reality, their representation comes from constitutional and state institutions that give like tenable and create very tenable democratic election processes. And that's how we were elected. So I don't want people to misunderstand the democracy and the representation that already exists in the system. And if there was no neighborhood chair program, they are represented. They're represented by a district councilor, they're represented by 2 citywide councilors, and they're represented by the mayor. They have at least 4 people they can appeal to. Going along with that, I think that it's important that the board members have a lot of training and that they understand the limits of their role. I think that education has been provided in the past, but it hasn't been well attended. And another thing I want to say is that this program can't be everything to everyone. It's a good solution for some people, for some things, but it just can't be everything for everyone. And government isn't the place to solve all of Provo's problems. There are many problems that exist in the city that can be solved better by community organizations, NGOs, churches, families, schools, and this just can't be everything to everyone. And I'll add that I think if we're going to actually, revisit this in 6 or 12 months, I think there should be some criteria or metrics that the committee should put together, and then we should judge this against. I think that's just good government to understand what the specific purpose is and what the outcomes are, so we can properly evaluate in a semi-objective way those outcomes in 6 to 12 months. And then I'm also wondering if a code of conduct should be considered. I know that was like really rejected strongly 2 years ago, but it might be worthwhile to revisit.
Okay, we're going to close, we're going to end this. We're going to continue tonight because we are going to hear this tonight. So Bill, I know you wanted to make a comment, but we'll have time tonight and we got to get to our closed session. At this time, we'll consider a motion to close the meeting. A closed session has been requested. Brian, do you want to go ahead and talk to us about that?
Yes, I'd be happy to, Chair. There's been an item that's been requested to be brought before the council that has to do with character and competence of an individual or individuals, which is one of the permitted reasons for a closed meeting under the statute. So it'd be appropriate for a motion to close the meeting at this time.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we close the meeting for the stated purpose. Have a seconded by Councilor McKay. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll go ahead and we'll take a roll call. Wait. Yeah, we do need to take a roll call vote. I, Chair Hoban, will vote yes. Vice Chair Hanley?
Yes.
Councilor Whipple?
Yes.
Councilor Ellsworth?
Yes.
Councilor Shipley? Oh, he's not present, sorry. He is present, but not really. Councilor McKay?
Yes.
Councilor Fillmore? With Councilor Shipley excused, it's unanimous. We will now move to closed session, right?
Record.